Good morning, everyone. We'll be starting in about 5 minutes.
No. I was like, maybe.
Good morning. Thank you for coming. We're about to start the program. Can we kindly please come in and take our seats? Please move to the conference area of the hall.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of Wacee'. So we start off today with a presentation on the opportunities for the provision of clean water. The presentation will be by Mrs. Monica Umuna. All our sessions will be on water today. As usual, same as yesterday, we'll have the panel sessions here, and then we have side events towards the right at the far end of the hall. A round of applause, please, for Mrs. Monica Umuna.
Okay, good morning. Where do we see my presentation? Or?
Okay, so it will come up on the...
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I'm not doing the presentation alone, so maybe let me just invite my two co-presenters to come up as well so that we can do one after the other without interrupting too much. So Mr. Aro Ismaila from Fabulous Urban Nigeria Foundation, and Mr. Rashid Shito from the Nigerian Slum and Informal Settlements Federation. I don't know, are the presentations coming up? Where is it here? I don't know. Okay. Anyway, in the meantime, let me first introduce myself. My name is Monica Umuna. I'm the program manager of the Heinrich Böll Foundation for the program of inclusive city making. The Heinrich Böll Foundation, who are we? We are a catalyst for green innovative ideas, vision and projects that we discuss in about 29 offices worldwide, and we also have 16 offices. Okay, if you can continue the next one. Or do I have, no, go back. Yeah, so we have 29 offices worldwide and 16 state offices in Germany. So we do discussions of green ideas, research, policy reform proposals. What do we mean with green? I mean, you will see we are closely affiliated to the German Green Party, so we are promoting the ideas of the German Green Party. In our country office in Nigeria that we have since 2002, it's now in Abuja. We are working, for instance, on renewable energy solutions, renewable energy policies, as well as agroecology. That is one arm, and the second arm is the social justice and gender equality. And my program here in Lagos on inclusive cities making combines both aspects. So if you go, I mean, inclusive city making and urbanization in Africa, we all know is very important. Please, next slide. You can see that by the year of 2100, the biggest cities will be in Africa. Lagos is the biggest city, Kinshasa and Dar es Salaam in Tanzania. Next slide, please. So how do we approach inclusive cities making in Lagos or in Nigeria with our partners? Two of them are here. We say that cities in Africa, I mean, they are informal, and informality will always prevail as a social, political, and economic order, in contrast to futuristic notions of prospering and modern cities that are adapted to Western and Eastern concepts. So, informality is everywhere. It's not only in the low-income areas, but we all know that even in the richer areas here, we meet informality everywhere. What we are also saying is that residents, especially in the informal communities, they are very creative and innovative and find solutions for the missing services that they have, like water, waste management, electricity. They find their own solutions. They are based on local knowledge, they are based on local materials, and their own complex ways of co-creation and governance, and that is making it also a little bit of informal, which makes it difficult maybe for people from the business and the private sector to deal with informal communities. They can't use their usual ways of doing business. So based on these capacities, the local capacities and local knowledge, our partners try to identify ideas and initiatives which address the needs of the people, create jobs and income opportunities, and are resource efficient. And when we think about, we estimate maybe Lagos as a conservative estimate about 15 million people. I mean, some people say they have 22 million, but let's stick to 15 million. And when we say that about 60 to 70% live in informal and low income and lowest income communities, then we have about 10 million residents, and they are huge economic potential that has not been really considered by the private sector. And of course, the purchasing power of those individuals is rather small, but they are all organized in communal setups. We have the community development associations that are recognized by the government, and also the focal point in communities for government. We have cooperatives, we have trade associations. All these are functioning setups that people can do business with. So, one issue is still the affordability. Of course, solutions that we try to identify have to be affordable. That's of course a problem, but we think if there is a business model that is working and it replicates and you have the power of numbers, the more you produce, the more affordable it becomes. And then they have to be adaptable, of course. So these are the key breakthrough, they are key for sustainable solutions and resilient, climate resilient solutions and technologies to thrive in those communities and in Lagos. So when we go to water, we have, of course, the two ways of providing water. One is the public water supply in Lagos that serves only a tiny percentage, but when you look at the last figure, and that is what people always concentrate, it's about $2.5 billion that is needed to turn around the public water supply in Lagos, and I'm quite skeptical whether that figure is really a valid figure, because once you try to turn around the public water supply, there's always more demand and more pressure, and it will never finish. But when you look at the private water supply, and that is in informal communities, and when we remember, we said about 10 million people live from private water supply. And we did a small survey. We have different figures, but also let's be conservative. A household of 6 people in those communities spends about 15,000 naira per month on water alone, and that is different sorts of water. That gives it about $54 million monthly that are spent in those areas on water alone. So that means there is the money, and that is the real money that is spent. Next slide, please. So when you see the private sources, for instance, that is research in a local community. You have different sorts: drinking, cooking, bathing, and washing. you will see that all where they are the providers, they're all private sector. The first one, the drinking water comes from sources like, of course, is the, now how do we call it, the clean, now how do we call it, the sachet water? The pure water, exactly, and the others are coming from boreholes and from within the community. So most of these private source waters everything is from borehole. And I mean, to be honest, I mean, it's not only in the low-income areas, but also in the richer areas, everything comes from boreholes. So next slide, please. So we have been working with our partners, especially also with the Center for Housing and Sustainable Development from UNILAG on aspects, how can the water sector be reformed? So we are saying that the availability of water is not a problem, but the access to clean and safe water is a problem. So we say it needs an ideological shift from water as an economic good, which is purely the aspect now, to water as a public good that respects the human rights to water. But of course, we have seen with a figure in the last slide, with the $54 million per month, there is still a good potential also for business opportunities. So it's on one side can be an economic good, but it also has to be considered as a public good, as a social good, and as a responsibility of providing water. So what we want is a decentralization and municipalization of water, of the whole water value chain. That means it integrates community ownership, especially through the community development associations. Ideally, it would be through local governments, but it's not working, but that is something that we will ask for. And also integration of the current water vendors, which are private water vendors, borehole owners, water pushers, and so on, because otherwise the system will not work. And of course, demanding things like water kiosks, public-private partnership instead of public-private partnerships, through equitable tariff systems, and there are also, let's say, cross-subsidization and so on. So, but this is more at the long term as policy reform aspects. But with the next slide, we are also working in communities directly, and I mean, many of you, you know how the situation looks like. They had a borehole, but the borehole is abandoned. And with our partner Arctic Infrastructure, they are not here today, we are trying how to rehabilitate such boreholes and water supplies. Next slide, please. So that means you have to recalibrate and disinfect the borehole, provide all the new materials and so on. The community also has some things to do with the water, with the drainage system. But anyway, it says here that it shows where the need is, if you have the next slide. And that is also why we are grateful that we have the opportunity today, because communities really need solutions. And when we think about what is happening in Nigeria now with the flood, in other parts of the country, we are lucky that Lagos has been spared, but when we think about what will happen in Lagos, if communities, all those informal communities, do not have water, clean water, and do not have sanitation, we will all be affected living in the same city. So if there's cholera or whatever, whether you live in a rich area or a poor area, you will be affected. So what we are looking for, and we have already gone through here the exhibition, and we have found even some solution, some aspects that could help. We look for flexible, modular, computerized and metered solutions. We are looking for solar pumps that are powered by renewable energy, purification systems, and then of course also maintenance supply. So yeah, that's somehow, we are grateful that we have today the opportunity to also say that we are here. We are working with communities. There is a huge need. There is also a huge money available, but it's a different system that you are normally used to dealing as a business, but with maybe intermediary organizations like our partners, there is an access to communities. The communities are organized. And now we are going to the sanitation aspects that my two partners are discussing the solutions that they found. And you can see here, that's why I brought this photo, the community that we are working on. On the left side, you see the weed and the canal that is blocked because the community does not have access to sanitation. You see on the right side that the canal is, and on the left side, of course, they throw their human waste into the canal, and that is what causes all the green to grow and to block the canal, whilst on the right side the community has at least a different access to sanitation. So my partners were now, I think Mr. Aro Ismaila, will now talk on the mobile dry diversion toilet mechanism that they introduced, that they researched and introduced, and he will show you how such a project is possible and can also hopefully at the end generate money. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Aro Ismaila. I'm an urban planner, and I work with Fabulous Urban Nigeria Foundation. Fabulous Urban is an organization that we do research and mainly within communities, and then we work on projects basically, and then we're an NGO because that is basically the engine that drives Fabulous Urban. So I'll be talking about mobile dry diversion toilet. This is a kind of toilet that we introduced within communities because one of the things we found out within these communities, the low-income communities basically, is that sanitation is very, very poor. And this is something that cuts across, not just Lagos, across Nigeria, basically. So mobile dry diversion toilet is a composting toilet without any additives. And this is a toilet that we are not putting any chemicals in. It's just the natural way you would go to the toilet, but without water. MDDT is, it follows a modular design. And the approach is, we are shifting away from the regular toilet itself, which is the flushing system. And, because one of the major things also within these communities is water. Water is very scarce or very expensive within those communities. So this is actually a solution of you using the toilet without the aspect of using water within. I'm pretty sure a lot of people would wonder how that is actually possible. It is possible, and we've done it. So this toilets, basically, we started off with family units, basically, because I think making it a community toilet was going to be a huge task. So within families themselves, it's in such a way that we can actually monitor the use of these toilets. And using this toilet basically is more or less saying when you use the toilet normally, you have this issue of the sawdust and then the ash. The minute you use it, you pour it over it. Once you pour it over it, that kind of absorbs most of the moisture within the toilet and is ready for use for the next person, basically. And one of the other things we've kind of looked at around this whole toilet situation is that we are looking at a situation whereby the people using these toilets are not only just using it, but in a way they can actually make money off it, because at the end of the day they have this period that they can keep those feces, because now at the end of the day it becomes compost basically after 3 months, and this is something that they take to the farm and they sell to people who actually have farms, and they get some profit from there, and it's something that we have done. So next slide, please. Okay, so now this is actually data from our research and some other research that we found around town, which is stating that 60% of residents, within Lagos are claimed to be poor. And then the Worldometer has estimated that the population, as a Nigeria's population, we are going to 217 million. And open defecation is something that as many as 48 million Nigerians actually practice. And this is representing like 23% of that population. And we all know the whole COVID thing actually opened up a lot of things, and then sanitation is one thing that we know brought about the whole COVID. So one of the major cases of open defecation in Lagos is the absence of proper functioning toilets, and in some houses, shopping complexes. Next slide, please. And most of the time, you have places where you go, be it the shops, where you go for business, or even some offices, you don't have proper toilets there. And this is one major thing that is very, very common within these communities. Now, I keep using the word communities because it goes beyond the community themselves, but we can actually keep, the community itself. So defecating openly, it has health issues. Some of these communities you go to, you already smell, or the air is not, as good, as clean as it should be. And this is because majority of the people within there practice the open defecation. And it's because the houses they build, some of them, it's not like as if they don't want to have a toilet in there, but the facilities, the functioning system, be it the drainage system, the sewage system, it doesn't allow them to actually have such within the house. Maybe, should I say the environment itself, sometimes the low level of water within those areas can make them sink like a septic tank. And then sometimes you don't have a proper drainage system, be it the soakaway or pipes that would take the toilet down to where, the feces down to where it's supposed to be. So you have people coming up with their own ideas by, either open defecation, or sometimes some of them actually do it somewhere within their house in a nylon bag and then throw it around the area, basically. The NDDT seeks to provide alternative solutions, by bridging that gap. The 23% that we said actually practice the open defecation. We are looking at using this toilet, this solution, to actually aid or help, bring down the whole problem we have within those communities. Now we have a picture that is, no, sorry, please go back a bit. Yes, that picture actually shows what people actually have, because this corrugated iron sheet is something just to give them that privacy. Some people, if you see around it, you see the nylon bags and things like that. Those are people that they did it and threw it outside, basically. So the corrugated iron sheets are just something to just cover them while they are doing their business, basically. And if you see at the back, you would always see something, because you would always have it within those communities. Next slide, please. So this is the design, basically, of a mobile dry diversion toilet. It's actually a very, very simple solution. Yes, you have that whole frame that covers it, but the engine itself is the toilet pan and what is actually underneath it. You have a picture here of one of the guys doing the fabrication in one of the sites, basically. So those are the toilet frames. Now these are the pans. The pans actually is made for us in Germany. It's a company in Germany that actually makes the pan fold for us. But other than that, every other thing, the fabrication, the frames, is all done here. So now that is how the toilet pan looks like, the first picture. And the second picture is one of my colleagues installing the toilet. And the third one actually shows what is underneath it. The first blue jerry can you see in the front, that's where the pee goes in. And the back is where the feces actually goes in. Next slide, please. So these are pictures of people who have benefited from this toilets, basically. Currently, we are being funded, and these families don't actually pay for the toilets now. But this has actually shown that there is the interest within the communities that these toilets are actually what these people are actually looking for. And with what we have done so far, 21 families have actually benefited from this, and we have an ample load of people who are majorly interested in having such toilets. This is actually pictures of various schools that have benefited from this toilet. Because of the usage of this toilet in schools, we decided to provide 2 within schools as against 1 for families. Next slide, please. So the financial aspect, for manufacturers that can scale up on this. You know, the MDDT, the interface, the plastic materials, like I said, the white pan that you see costs $50, and then the shell itself, which is the frame, the metal, the tarpaulin, as well as the plank that they use for the stairs. Everything costs a total of $230. And then, of course, why it's costing this amount even is because we go to the market, the retailers basically, they are the ones we buy the materials from. And we know that for a fact that if we get this in bulk, or a manufacturer actually manufactures this metal frames for us in bulk, the price would actually go down. The technical aspect, it's a 10 feet by 3 feet and 3 feet basically. So that's just the dimension of the frames. And like mentioned earlier on, the shell section, which is the iron rod, right? The roofing sheets, the wooden planks for the stairs, and the tarpaulin. And then the second aspect is the toilet itself, which was that white toilet pan that you see. The management aspect and how women could benefit from this. The MDDT, it's very, very simple. You know, apart from, of course, the frame, which will be done by the welder and things like that, once it's installed, it's easy to clean, because one of the major things we had looked at on this was because you can't use water with it. So if at all you need to wash this, you can actually take it out from the system, wash it, dry it, and put it back. That way, that way we ensure that no water actually goes into the system. Now, yes, new things come in, but immediately the families see this thing, we kind of train them, we let them understand how to use the toilet. And so far, like I said, we had 21 families that are using this successfully so far. And then we've also said it's an additional source of income for the families, basically, because it's a tried and tested thing we have done. The feces has been sold to the farm, and they have been able to get money out of it. So it also serves as an added knowledge for the people within the community themselves. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Wacee'22. I work with Shantytown Empowerment Foundation. It's an NGO that supports the largest slum movement in Nigeria, Nigerian Slum and Informal Settlement Federation, an affiliate of Slum Dweller International SDI, which is the global body. As my partner mentioned, or just finished doing his presentation, I will also do presentation on sanitation, and a bit of shift from his own presentation. So, which I will present on biofeed toilets, a solution to open defecation. So please, can I have this slide, please? Okay, thank you. Yeah, so please, next slide. Next one, please. As I mentioned, we all know that Lagos is the largest populous city in sub-Saharan Africa, and every day we have people moving into Lagos, and 65% of allegations are slum or informal settlement, and which we cannot really stop the movement of people to Lagos. But the challenge is that the population surpass the structures on ground, which there is no public sewage system that could accommodate people to be able to defecate, which make open defecation a system that people do in informal places or within the community. and which is challenging. The open defecation, we all know, will create environmental health issues which could affect beyond those that cause the problem, or those that are the architect of the problem. So which we see that to solve this problem, there should be solution, because to all challenges there are solutions, and which we try to provide solution. Please, next slide. Based on research, we came up with the biofuel toilet, which we believe that will be able to serve the slum communities, the informal sector, the marketplace, schools, and other strategic public places that could stop or reduce the open defecation that is common in the city of Lagos. So the biofuel toilet is simple in technology to operate and to maintain and to also construct. And the biofuel toilet is a system of toilet that it separates the wastewater and also the solid water immediately after usage. The biofuel toilet also kind of, the water that is used pass through biofiltration and which will decompose through micro and macro organic system and also the earthworm that will, as we defecate, those our own waste is their own food. They consume it, and when they excrete it, it will reduce the volume of those fecals, and that will now reduce it in a way that after that, when it decomposes, they will now, as he mentioned, they will evacuate it and they will use it as manure for greenhouse, and also that those that use it for, there is also a green system that we apply in the community, which is the mushroom. We plant the mushroom for economic gain that the community people will be able to source income from. So we use that also as a manure for agriculture. Next slide, please. So this is the technology design, which is simple to design. As you can see, we could have the design of the door, the design of the toilet entrance, and also the bit technical design that will show you the slab and also the sand that absorb the wastewater from the solid as we defecate to reduce the water in the septic tank. Next slide, please. These are part of the technology. I mentioned the micro and the macro organism and the earthworm that will eat up our own waste and also excrete it to reduce the volume of the waste. This is part of the sample, and also this is part of the example of the construction of the septic tank. That next slide, please. The next, you could see a compartment that will absorb the wastewater, that will separate the wastewater during filtration from the solid waste. Next slide, please. This is part of the images under construction in some of the community. In 2017, the research, we were able to practicalize the biofuel toilet in one of our community. That started in 2017 at Daramola community. So this is part of the images of the biofuel toilet in the community. And this is the final outlook at Daramola community after the construction. Next slide, please. The project participation, the Nigerian Federation, as I mentioned earlier, is the movement of the urban poor, which is the largest slum community movement in Nigeria, with 150 slum in Lagos, identified and profiled with data. Not only identification, but we profile them with their data, and also they source for the land for the biofuel toilet. You know, in Lagos, land is challenging, and we work with the community people to ensure that we get a strategic place to get a land to do the construction. And also, there is a system that the government applied, that they plan for the community people. That is why you see most of the projects, at the end of the day, they are not the priority of the community people and they are left unused. But this project is a different case entirely. There is a concept that you don't plan for the people, but you plan with them. So the organization ensures that the community leaders, the federation members, and also come up with a business plan that is a low cost in construction and in maintenance, and that will now create ownership that will allow sustainability. This we are trying to solve SDG 6.2.1, which is to end open defecation by 2030. Next slide, please. Note to the prospective partners investment. As I mentioned earlier, we are here to let everybody know that, or those that are here knows that, we're not only requesting for funding, but there are opportunities in the communities. If you have 65% of the Lagosians out of 18 to 20 million population that are informal people, and we have larger percentage of them reside in informal sector, we will serve as a gap to be able to link the community people with the partners that will be able to invest. And also, the Nigerian Federation has 300 savings groups as I speak, 150 slum communities, and also revenue generation. Presently, in the city of Lagos, what is common is 100 naira per usage. But we are trying to see a way that the bathroom toilet will be subsidized at 15 naira, because we believe that in economy, what you believe the returns as the usage, you get more income. The returns, when you say 100 naira, you will be able to know there is an option of 15 naira. So the returns will generate more money for the community people and also the people that invested in the project. Thank you so much.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I think, I hope it's became clear that, let's say, the quantity, I mean, there are so many people in Lagos who still need services, who also can pay a little, but as a powerful funds, they will pay, as a community, they will be able to pay more than as individuals. And as I said, there are business opportunities. Of course, the way informality works, it is difficult for the private sector to liaise, but I think there are opportunities, and we hope also that the majority of the residents of Lagos will also be considered by the private sector in future. And we are here to support, and anybody who is interested to sit together and to see how we can work and cooperate and how business models can be developed. So thank you very much for your attention, and thanks also again for the opportunity to talk here. And let me hand over to the next person. I don't know. Huh? She's coming, yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you, yes.
Thank you for that interesting session.
Thank you.
For our next speaker, I'd like to invite Mr. Ibrahim Famuyiwa. He's the head of operations at LASMA. He's representing Mr. Oluwadamilola Emmanuel, who is the general manager of LASWA, that's Lagos State Waterways Authority. A round of applause, please. He'll be discussing the viability and challenges of water transportation for mobility and economic development in Nigeria. Mouthful. Good morning.
Thank you very much. Lagos State Waterways Authority, LASWA. All right, good morning, everyone. Like she had rightfully said, my name is Famuyiwa Ibrahim. I work with the Lagos State Waterways Authority. I'll be making a presentation, and I'm hoping that after this presentation, it will spark a lot of interest in the idea of water transportation as a viable public transport alternative to the already congested land land transport option. Thank you very much. This is not the first slide. All right, thank you very much. So as the presentation is titled, The Viability and Challenges of Water Transportation for Mobility and Economic Development in Nigeria. Next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, Lagos State Waterways Authority is an agency under the Lagos State Ministry of Transportation. It came into law in 2008 with its basic assignment as to regulate, develop, and manage all aspects of waterways transportation. Since 2008, the agency has been committed to the growth of ferry services within an integrated public transport system by promoting the increased utilization of waterways through significant private sector. For those of us that live around the island, and for even some of us that don't live around the island, you would have noticed the dynamics with regards to people using the waterways as an option. Currently, there are a number of operators that are private operators that are currently operating within the inland waterways. Through LASWA, the Lagos State government has embarked on policy reforms to promote and facilitate investments for the provision of water transport aimed at realizing the potentials towards becoming an attractive mode of transport. If I may say, the inland waterways is a viable alternative because currently we have about 20 local governments in Lagos. 15 of them are actually accessible by water. So that says a lot in terms of making it an option. Next slide. This is the vision and the mission of the authority to transform Lagos into a model city with world-class inland waterways infrastructure and services, to regulate, promote use of Lagos inland waterways, encourage sustainable investment and developing lasting water transport solutions for the people of Lagos. Our objective is to provide a world-class alternative public transport service that is accessible, reliable, and climate friendly, while enhancing its attractiveness and reliability to the stakeholders. Next slide. So these are some of the statistics I was referring to. So as we all know, Lagos is the economic hub of Nigeria, and it's a major city within the country. We have 20 local governments, like I rightfully said, and 15 of them are actually accessible by water. Lagos has an inhabitant of 25 million people. 22% of the Lagos landmass is actually made up of lagoons and creeks. Now, looking at this data, So looking at this data, you can see that automatically we have need for mobility within the state. We have 25 million inhabitants that need to move from one point of the state to another. And currently, because of the small landmass that the state holds, we have there's a limit to road infrastructure and the expansion of road infrastructure, though the Lagos State government is also introducing rail, and we are hoping that when that is done, when that comes into operations first quarter next year, then we will have the full option of either transporting or commuting by road, rail, or the inland waterways. Next slide. So this next slide shows different information. I'll start from my right here. So we have 4 priority routes currently, named the Ikorodu to Marina, Ikorodu to 5 Cowries. 5 Cowries is in Ikoyi, and of course Ijede to 5 Cowries. Note that 3 of these locations are within the Ikorodu local government, as it were, and of course Ebute Ojo to Marina. The reason why these routes are referred to as priority routes is because most importantly they cut across a long distance, and of course they bring efficiency to the transport network. The responsibility of LASWA, like I earlier said in the first page, is to look at management of the inland waterways, project implementations with the aim of developing inland waterways, regulations, and also planning. Also importantly is the annual ridership distribution between the year 2017 and 2021. You can see that we have made appreciable growth from 13 million to roughly 14 million. Now we are hoping that with the introduction of more sustainable transport solutions, like acquiring larger vessels with higher passenger capacity and also diversifying into new energy solutions to power the boats, we would be able to attract more passengers and, if possible, give the road network a run, for its money. I think this speaks about the distribution of the local governments, and this part here speaks about the fact that the Lagos State government is currently managing 55 jetties and terminals. 29 of them are currently operational, and I'll give you the difference between just managing 55 and 29 of them are commercially operational. What that means is that we have commercial routes that emanate and of course ends at 25 of these local government, of these jetties and terminals, while the other, so to say, 26 are for riverine communities, to improve accessibility to those locations. Next slide. So the Lagos State government is also involved in channelizing the inland waterways, to improve accessibility and navigability. The entire Lagos waterways network is navigable all year round, but some of those channels suffer siltation, so it's also necessary for the dredging and desilting of these channels to improve transport within these inland waterways networks. Between year 2013 and 2017, we had a total of 48 inland waterways routes. And between 2018 and 2022, we've had a total of 9 at least added to it, and this has increased our routes to 57. Next slide. Okay, so for those of you that are actually interested in inland waterways transport, some people, a big phobia is the fact that they have witnessed or they have heard about 1 or 2 incidences on the inland waterways, and this has become like a deterrent for them to actually take advantage of this solution. This data page is just to make some comparisons. We have totally in the last decade we've moved a total of 110,093,633 passengers. Of course, in a total of 28,975,135 trips. That is the movement between one point to another point. And of course, we have a total incident of 118 in 10 years, in a decade. I dare anybody to compare that with the number of incidences on the road network, or even the air mode of transport. We have a total of 682 near misses. Well, the near misses are situations whereby one vessel runs into another vessel, but what happened was the vessels were the ones that only sustained some sort of damages, but of course there were no casualties involved. So the 208 casualties were recorded in total in the last decade. This is just to point out the fact that the inland waterways is actually safe, and it's a next transport solution for the Lagos State transport sector. So the jetties and the terminals, the Lagos State government has made water transport a priority by constructing more jetties. You know, I referred to it in the previous slide saying that we have a total of 55 jetties built across the entire Lagos Lagoon, and of course creeks as well. 55 jetties have been constructed across the Lagos Lagoon. And the Lagos Waterways Water Guard Corps have been increased in order to patrol, superintend, regulate traffic, and to, of course, improve on safety compliance on the waterways. These are safety officers that superintend all state-owned jetties. If you are a commuter on the inland waterways, you must have run into them. They are always dressed in sky blue and black pants. Thank you very much. Next slide. So currently, the inland waterways is majorly driven by the informal sector. They've been called different names. Some people refer to them as paratransit operators, but we refer to them as the informal sector. Between the year 2013 and 2012, we've seen an increase in the number of these operators. What that tells us is that there is economic, possibility and economic growth within the sector. Though the investment is not enough, we are still looking at attracting foreign direct investments, and of course more local investment to improve the sector in general. Next slide. Okay, transport, as we know, is a socio-economic tool, and this is just a pie chart showing how this sector has been able to impact lives with direct or indirect job opportunities within the sphere of Lagos. We have development in beach resorts as a result of the fact that people can now commute to these resorts for relaxation and all of that. We have the Lasema and the Lasambos, as a veritable tool, to secure emergency incidences and also help with recovery. We have terminals have employed 230 people across the state. We have cleaners at jetties and terminals. So this is just generally just to let you know that the sector is growing, and there is a lot of potential inherent in this sector. I'm sure this is just for the inland waterways. If we were looking at the entire maritime sector, it will quadruple what I have just shown you in the previous slides. Tourism. It's big, and I doubt if there's anybody that stays in Lagos. This is a landmark beach. This is landmark the event center, but behind it we have the landmark beach. We have the Oniru beach. We have the Ibeshe, Ibasa, and Ilashe. These are very popular beachfronts for fun seekers within Lagos State. We have different levels or different standards of resorts therein. So the maritime tourism is a booming sector of the blue economy and has potential for economic development. The Super Eagles were ferried via the waterways to Benin Republic for international friendly match. I'm sure we made a lot of noise about this, and I'm sure everybody here must have caught that news earlier this year when we ferried the Super Eagles to the Benin Republic for a football match. So this is just to look at some of the projects and initiatives that the state government had embarked in to improve the water transportation sector, to give confidence to investors, and obviously, to attract the much needed commuters into this new and developing mode of transport. We have ongoing development of terminals and jetties along the inland waterways. Is a continuous thing. We have redevelopment and new constructions. We have development of fuel dumps at strategic locations. Currently, the picture here is the fuel dump at Falomo Ikoyi, where our head office is located. We have one of these at Ikorodu Ferry Terminal as well, and another one at Ijegun, strategically located because those areas serve as hubs for most water transport routes. Soon to be commissioned, well-designed, equipped command and control center. This is not just a picture. That is the real image of what the command and control center is. It's supposed to help us with real-time monitoring of the inland waterways. It's not supposed. It is to help with real-time monitoring of the inland waterways, both visually, visually, of course, then of course communication around the inland waterways, doing patrols and monitoring. Emergency search and rescue. We had always done this in the past, but Mr. Governor had recently approved for the officers that were involved in these activities to be fully trained, and he had acquired new equipments for them to improve their response time on the inland waterways. Currently, we launched the boat clinic with the Lagos State Ministry of Health. This is supposed to serve as a backup for the search and rescue unit, and also to help with medical missions to far distance riverine communities within the state. The monitoring and enforcement and inspection, ongoing activities that we carry out to ensure that the boats that are currently on the inland waterways are seaworthy and of course are safe for Lagosians to commute from end to end. And we also procured 2 drones also to improve our monitoring, both aerial and underwater drones, to improve on our monitoring and surveys. One thing I've learned of late is that no one is an island. So Laswa is not an island. We are effectively, collaborating with all agencies, all relevant agencies, to improve on the idea of inland waterways travel, and beaming the lights on all our activities and all our communal engagements as well. It's a known thing within the riverine communities that the Lagos State government, in a bid to also improve water transportation, does a lot of life jacket distribution, and to let them know that while you are going on the inland waterways, you need to don your life jackets. It's for your own personal safety. Safety is everybody's responsibility. We also, of course, we are catering for gender and also children in this initiative. As these are some of the agencies that we've been collaborating with regards to the inland waterways solution. So this is an interesting part, because if the title of the presentation spoke about our limitations, and these are some of the solutions that we are deploying to counter these limitations. The issue of pollution. Like my GM will always say, the water does not generate its own waste. The waste is always, most times, is introduced from land, and in order to resolve this issue, we are working with our sister agencies, LASEPA under the Ministry of Environment, and we also personally carry out what we refer to as a clearing of the inland waterways, mostly of the annual menace, which is water hyacinth. And this has been an annual exercise to improve navigation all year round on the inland waterways. Another limitation is the insufficiency of aids to navigation. I think this is part of the reasons why we have agreed with our stakeholders that we would limit inland waterways travel to 7 p.m., which is just about when we go into the dark. Reason is because with insufficient aids to navigation, we cannot promote night travel, and it's a very serious policy that we, the state frowns at with anybody that that contravenes this policy. Yes. So with this, we are looking at introducing technology-driven systems. Part of this system was the development of the center in which you saw in the previous stage. This is also supposed to improve monitoring and also improve with regards to aids to navigation on the entire inland waterways. Just to mention a few. The sector is still dependent on informal operators, so we are considering formalizing these operators. We've introduced them to cooperatives and to see how we can get them structured so that they would be in a position to attract, both local and international investments. It's, like I said, it's heavily private sector driven, and we are open to all models of PPP partnerships. Interconnectivity, accessibility is also a factor. The state government, through the Lagos State Ministry of Transport and our sister agency LAMATA, which is Lagos State Metropolitan Area Transport Agency, has been pushing the idea of multimodal transport solutions, which is a solution whereby several modes are being utilized, to deliver on one travel assignment. Forgive my professional jargons. So, but it's just an opportunity for you to use the road, use the rail, and use the waterways all at the same time to achieve your travel needs. Towards this, the state government has been doing a lot in terms of developing infrastructure. They are doing a great deal on the rail system. They are also doing a lot. They are doing a great deal on the rail system, and they're also doing a lot on the inland waterways. That's it. Okay, thank you very much. I was just informed that my time was up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fireman. Before you go, we have a minute for a question. Does anyone have questions? Because I have a question myself. I'd like to know how the seasons affect inland water transport. Do you have more or less of it during the dry season or raining season?
Okay. So like I earlier said in my presentation, the entire, let me say 90% of the entire Lagos inland waterways networks are navigable all year round. Right. So we really do not suffer any limitations during the dry seasons. However, because of the pollutions and the waste, and of course the silting process, on the waterbed, there is need to constantly, dredge or improve navigability by, of course, removing whatever is restricting navigation. Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you. A round of applause for Mr. Famiwa, please. Thank you. Right, for our next, the first panel session rather, I'd like to call on Patricia Kondemi. A round of applause for her, please. She's a project officer with the Chamber for Green Tech, which is a subsidiary of the Association of German Chamber of Commerce, DIHK, a mouthful. Welcome, Patricia.
Hello. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very honored to be here. Welcome to the second panel of the day on access to safe and affordable water for households. As my colleague just said, my name is Patricia Kondemi and I work for the Association of German Chambers of Commerce. And I'm very honored to introduce our valued guests. We have Dr. Balogun. Come up on the stage, please. Give her a warm welcome, please. Please take your seat. Pick one that you like. We have Engineer Afolabi. A warm welcome for him as well. Take your seat. We have Mr. Kokobisi. Where are you? Here you go. We have Mr. Adesui. come up on stage, please. And Dr. Beheshti, come up. Now, just to give the audience an idea of who you are and what you do, could you kindly introduce yourself in one sentence? Make it as short as possible. Dr. Balogun, would you like to start? Is it working?
Hello? Oh, okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Bola Balogun. I am a water quality specialist. I presently am the managing director of a company called Water Chemistry and Allied Services. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Engineer Defebe Afolabi. I'm the Director of Technical Services of the Lagos State Water Regulatory Commission. I'm representing the Executive Secretary of the Commission, Mrs. Funke Adepoju. And basically, we regulate all activities concerning water and wastewater in Lagos State. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Utare Kokobisi. I'm the Managing Director of KSB Pumps and Valves Nigeria Limited. So we are manufacturers of pumps and valves and doing service. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dayo Hadeshui. I'm the Managing Director of DefTech Prime Energy Limited, also known as DefTech Tanks. We are a water engineering company. We are into water and environmental services.
And my name is Hamad. Good afternoon. It seems there's a problem with this mic. Thank you. We manufacture solar water desalination systems for drinking, irrigation, fish farm, and sanitation water. Our booth is right there, and very much welcome.
Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's needless to say, water is life. For some people in the world, unlimited access to safe and affordable drinking water is taken for granted. In other parts of the world, it's not. If we take a closer look at the situation in Nigeria, you will find out that the country is blessed with 2,500 cubic meters of renewable water per capita and per year. There is a vast fresh water resource estimated at 280 cubic meters per year per capita. This is a lot. So one would imagine there is plenty of clean water to drink, but this isn't the case, because only 19% of the Nigerian populations have access to safe drinking water, and only 67% have access to least basic water supply. Then again, there's a difference between cities and the rural areas. 82% of the population living in the cities have access to basic water supply. In the rural areas, only 54% have access to basic water supply. Now, let's get to the question session. Let's have a really nice and open conversation about the situation here in this area. Dr. Balogun, you're a water chemist. You work for Water Chemistry Allied Services, and you once told me that you yourself remember times when drinking water from the tap was no problem at all. What has happened, and what is wrong with the water coming out of the tap?
Yes, I do remember my school days. Never mind how long ago that was. We used to drink water from the tap, right? And there was no such thing as typhoid. We never even heard of typhoid in those days. So I think over time we've had problems with the supply of pipe-borne water direct to homes. And because of the infrastructure, aging infrastructure, there's been a problem with the municipal water supply agency. They've not been able to keep up with the supply of water that would be sufficient for the population, because Lagos State now is a mega city and the population is growing every day. So the supply of water has not been able to keep up with the demand. So and there's so many other issues affecting the supply, including the quality of the water. So the supply of water now is not the way it used to be. The quality of the water is not the way it used to be because of issues with the aging infrastructure. When you pipe water from Iju Waterworks, for example, in Agege to Ikoyi, it travels a long distance. And because the pipes are old and aged, you have intrusion of different types of pollutants inside the pipes. And so by the time the water gets to the end user, the quality would have changed. The quality might have been good right from the point of production, but by the time it gets to the consumer, the quality of water would have changed. So the aging infrastructure that is not being renewed is one of the issues that is affecting the quality of water. So now people find it difficult to drink water directly from the tap, and that's one of the reasons. Thank you.
I have another question for you. You can keep your microphone. You being an expert in water chemistry, right, would you yourself promote chemical water treatment for households? Do you think that would be the solutions?
Right. Personally, yeah, because we have this problem of pipeline water being supplied directly to homes. Different homes are now producing their own water. They're digging groundwater,
yes.
And because they're digging wells and boreholes, and because they know that they can't drink the water directly like that it's not potable, it's not good for consumption directly, that they have to treat it. So they go and look for different chemicals to treat the water. They go to different markets. We have some chemical markets like the one at Ojota to go and get chemicals to treat the water. But this is not safe because chemicals like chlorine, for example, is a dangerous chemical. It should be applied in measured quantities. And it should be applied by people who know how to handle the chemicals and who know how to apply the chemical. So it's not really advisable for regular homes to apply chemicals on their own if it's not properly supervised by who knows about how to apply chemicals. Although you have some domestic chemicals like I think there's a chemical called Water Guard that has good instructions. So those chemicals, I believe, can be used by the regular public for treating small quantities of water. But when it comes to applying other chemicals like alum and all that, you have to use them in measured amounts. Chlorine, if you don't use it properly, can cause cancer. Alum, chronic exposure to alum can cause neurodegenerative diseases. So chemicals for treating water in the home have to be done very carefully.
Thank you. Engineer Afolabi, you being a member of the Lagos State Water Regulatory Commission, what do you personally think of as a sustainable way to treat water in urban areas?
Well, as a regulator, our functions are to regulate activities of municipal and privately operated water treatment systems. In the urban areas, the most sustainable is the use of municipal water supply, which has a waterworks system that treats water and transport that water to the households. And that gives the assurance that the water will be potable and people in those households will have access to the required quantity and quality of water. So that is the most sustainable form of water supply in an urban city like Lagos. But as it were, Dr. Balogun has mentioned some critical facts why this access to water supply in Lagos State is not commensurate with the population. Lagos State has a population of over 26 million and an annual growth rate of 3 to 5%, and is still increasing. And it is population is expected to double by 2030. So we're still counting, meaning people are coming to Lagos on the hourly basis. So infrastructures are pressured. The infrastructure that we have in Lagos State as of now, the public infrastructures are to deliver safe drinking water of 1210 million gallons per day. But we now have a water demand deficit of 610 million gallons per day.
Wow.
So it's a great deficit, and the Lagos State government is working towards it by putting up a 70 million gallons per day at the waterworks water treatment system. And by the time the water treatment system comes on stream, it will give more access to the people. We also have ongoing
from 1,000 liter per hour to 40,000 liter per hour. Next one, please. And then is a simple solution. We didn't want to bring a complex solution to the market. Simplicity is a core factor of it. And the third one is, as I mentioned, is affordable one. So when solar, simple, then the solution is affordable. Next slide, please. That means producing 1,000 liter of hygiene drinking water directly from ocean by this technology would not cost anything more than 50 cents. Producing 1,000 liter of hygiene drinking water for just 50 cents. Next slide, please. Then the maintenance simplicity. To have 80% of the maintenance of the machine, you just need these two tools, a wrench and a screwdriver. The normal plumber in the remotest part of the planet with these two tools can do the maintenance of the machine. Next one. This is the layout of this project. So we get the raw water from whatever source. We first filter water and then desalinate water, all powered by solar. Next slide, please. And then we deliver drinking water, irrigation water, fish farm, and sanitation water, all powered and controlled by one single machine that in Berlin will read the entire operation of the machine by the remote monitoring. Next one, please. So now going back, so now that you know exactly what we do, we go back to this report of the project. We came up with a partnership with KfW, IHK in Nairobi, and our local company Water Kiosk in East Africa to tackle this challenge. Look, 10,000 liter of truck water, this quality water, that all of you can imagine the quality of it. It's not the water that you have it for a hospital. But 10,000 liter of truck water in a country like, in a region like East Africa costs from 23 euro to 156 euro. Such a big mark, such a big difference, wide range. And 1,000 hygiene drinking water costs $200. $200, 1,000 liter of hygiene drinking water and 10,000 liter of this type of water from 23 euro to 156. Next one, please. And then the biggest, you're all familiar here with these diesel engines. So the biggest issue was the budget to survive is always available. Mombasa Hospital, for instance, was paying $30,000 per month for electricity bill. Can you imagine? They do have this budget to survive. They did not have budget to sustain. This is always a challenge. So Medville Hospital, for instance, another one, $13,000 for just wash water. Imagine $13,000 per year just for wash water, just for washing the floor and washing hands, not even drinking. This is the challenge of sustaining water, budget for sustaining or budget for solving the challenge. This is the project that we did in partnership with KfW, the German KfW Bank, DEG program, AHK office in Nairobi, and our company. These are the 28 key hospitals in East Africa. Kenya, Tanzania, Zanzibar are the places that they were the front line of fighting COVID, while they did not have proper water and proper electricity. So these 28 locations, they received these machines. Actually, we had a question. Most of them, they are inland, because even in inland, look at that part is 700 kilometers from ocean, but the water coming from borehole. In that place, you may not have salt, but you may have fluoride, chloride, nitrate, sodium, many other challenges in raw water. So desalination, again, is not just for salt, and these hospitals may face the same problem. Next one, please. So then the impact that the project created, the project of running solar water desalination system for health clinic and hospital. Next one, please. So in these 28 hospitals, we deliver 1 million liter of hygiene drinking water on a daily basis to hospitals by 28 machines. 6 million patients per year, when visiting these hospitals, they receive their hygiene drinking water from these 28 hospitals. You can imagine 6 million is a number. And then 10,000 ton of CO2 offset means if you wanted to run a diesel to power the hospitals, you emit 10,000 ton per year. And then in total, 450 kilowatt of solar panels installed in these 28 hospitals, 52 direct jobs and 130 indirect jobs. It's a big impact just for one package of project. Next one, please. This, just to give you a perspective, this is at the end of my presentation. This is Medwell Hospital at Kibaha, close to Dar es Salaam. You see the hospital, is a big hospital, is going that direction. You see the solar array here is 60 kilowatt solar panel here. The machine here, reservoir tanks here. You see the fish farm here, the fish farm that receives the wastewater of the machine, and a vertical farm here. These two are supplying the canteen of this building close to the machine. Next one, please. This one is at General Coast Hospital in Mombasa. Again, solar panels, machine here, ocean here, and the entire campus powered by this machine on its drinking water supply. This one is the biggest hospital in Zanzibar, Mnazimoja Hospital. It's a huge campus, you see. It's from there to here, did not have access to hygiene drinking water. Now with this solar array installed here, and the machine that is at this corner, the entire campus have hygiene drinking water at the cheapest cost for the most secure supply. And next one, please. So the learnings from this project is this public-private partnership that we created for this project is facing a challenge of is showing a decentralized challenge. You have different hospitals facing COVID, front line of facing COVID, with what? With an integrated decentralized solution. When the challenge is decentralized, the response should be also decentralized, but then in an integrated mode. We cannot challenge a decentralized solution with a centralized answer. And the last one is just to wrapping up. So we've already installed over 200 machines all over Africa, let's say Sub-Saharan Africa and South Africa. And our vision is by 2025, 1,000 of these machines in different sizes be installed in Africa. I thank you so much. Most welcome to visit our booth. Is right at the back there. And if there is any question about this specific project and the health clinics, I'm available. The major point for me to have this presentation is to say, from the best practice of East Africa, we can have good learnings for West Africa, and hopefully other people, hospitals, clinics, they benefit. Thank you so much. If there is any question, should I stay here or just come to the booth? Okay, so I say bye now. More than welcome to visit us.
Thank you. Thank you. Water is indeed life. Just to announce again, we have our side sessions to the far right of the hall, so just go straight down to the far right of the hall. But we are having another panel session titled Wastewater Uses in Irrigated Agriculture. It will be moderated by Mrs. Mudrakat Alabi McFoy. She's with the Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency, LASEPA. Please, a round of applause for Mrs. Mudrakat, please. Mrs. Alabi? If we just give her a minute, she's coming up now. Right. Mrs. Alabi McFoy is an expert in managing and creating innovative development solutions in northern and southern Nigeria. Thank you and welcome. There you go. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hey, God, we need to put in more energy. Good afternoon, everyone. I know it's about lunchtime, but bear with us. And this promises to be a very exciting panel session. So I'm just going to jump right into it because of time. I'm particularly very interested in this session because once we start having conversations around sustainability and natural resource scarcity, the concept of reuse in environmental terms becomes very crucial. And just before I go into this in depth, I'm pleased to announce that I have a very qualified set of people here to do justice to this topic. I would briefly go through their profiles as I'm introducing them so you have an idea of their background and you can form some opinions around the questions you'd want to ask towards the end of the panel session. So I'm going to introduce Olaoluwa Adeyemi Bamiboye, who is an entrepreneur of an agro-allied company and holds a bachelor's degree in animal science and a master's degree in animal production. And he is currently a PhD holder of International Agri-Business Management. You're welcome, Olaolu. Please come up. Our next panelist is Buffy Okeke Ojudu, and he's the founder of Zebra Agro Industries, which is an agro-processing and technology company that works alongside rural communities and state governments to develop agricultural businesses. Please come up, Buffy. You're welcome. And finally, our expert in the house, Dr. Olubenga Ogidon. He is a specialist in systems automation and embedded control, and his PhD thesis was on non-linear network control of wastewater distributed systems. In 2020, he received the National Patent Award in Smart Irrigation System with Android-based remote control from the federal government of Nigeria. Thank you so much for coming, Doctor. Please join us on the stage. As part of the conversations that we are having today and generally at this conference, a number of you may have been familiar with the fact that yesterday's sessions covered the circular economy, and this is a running theme when it comes to sustainability. And like I had mentioned before, it's very heartwarming to know that these very important conversations are being had around sustainability and waste management. And as such, I think that it is important to realize that there is a paradigm shift that is necessary in finding resourceful ways to reuse the things that we already have. And by that, specific to this panel is that of wastewater in agriculture and irrigation. I'm going to, I have a general questions I'm going to throw out to the panelists just to kick things off. When we speak about wastewater in irrigation, in agriculture, what are your initial thoughts on that? Buffett, please go ahead.
Thank you. So with climate change becoming more of a global problem, and it's right here, right now, it has become very important that we become more regenerative in our thinking and in the solutions that we deploy. Global populations are also increasing, so this also makes it very important. So I think that deploying and thinking of solutions where we're able to have sustainable water systems, water management systems, are very important now.
Thank you. Olaoluwa.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So, yes, wastewater irrigation, wastewater in agriculture is imminent, and the time is now to consider water in agriculture, because before now you can predict rain pattern, you can predict rainfall, you know when rain will fall, and sometimes you know when rain will stop. But now the irregularities in rainfall has now made farming sometimes not profitable, because imagine planting when you think there will be abundant rain and then rain ceases. What happens? So we now have to think about irrigation, and then definitely as well wastewater irrigation, not just depending on our water, because normally, like, we have three water. We have blue water, which is water from the ocean, we have green water, which is rain, and then we have gray water, which is the wastewater we're talking about. So having to think about the future is what we need to do now. So not just depending on the green water. I mean, Nigeria, we don't depend so much on the blue water for now. So now we should try as much as possible to think about the gray water, which is the wastewater recycling, and then having to implement that in agriculture. Thank you.
Doctor, your initial thoughts, please.
When you look at the word wastewater, the first impression that gives you is like wastewater is a waste. But in actual sense, wastewater should not be a waste, provided you look at the value chain and you make it an asset, not a liability. As we go on in the discussion and you check through the value chain of the wastewater, you will discover that there are actually things that you can use, things that could be recycled, things that could be used for agriculture. One of it is the effluent itself. Another aspect in the production of the wastewater, there is something that takes place in the anaerobic reactor, in which biogas is generated. That biogas can be used as fuel to pump water for irrigation. The same biogas can be used to generate electricity. The sludge that comes out of the wastewater can be used as compost, as manure. All this goes back to help agriculture. What I'm saying is that wastewater is not actually a waste. It's not a liability and should not be a liability. It is an asset if we choose to take advantage of it.
Thank you, Doctor. So what I'm getting from you now is that wastewater can actually be a valuable resource, and can be diverted towards the furthering of energy, clean water, fertilizers and nutrients, as well as bio. Fantastic. Thank you for shedding light. Buffy, I have a question for you. Yes. So what are your views on how the direct use of treated or untreated wastewater irrigation can be used for farming? I mean, what are the varied experiences in different African climes, and how do we harness this opportunity? Do you think wastewater irrigation is safe for farming processes?
Thank you. I'll start with the last part of your question.
That's right.
So, the use of wastewater for irrigation presents two key problems. One of them, health risks. So wastewater contains dangerous pathogens that can contaminate crops, like bacteria and parasites that can cause diarrhea and cholera. Secondly, the environmental impact. Excessive use of wastewater increases soil salinity, and that in itself leads to soil degradation. That being said, the use of wastewater for irrigation is not per se a bad thing, right? It presents a source of livelihood for millions of smallholder farmers. It strengthens food security, and it recycles crop nutrients. Also, for developing nations like ours, without the use of wastewater, we won't be able to meet our sustainable development goals. However, there's an urgent need to manage the wastewater use system. The challenge would be from moving from an informal use to a more planned and systemic use. An example would be countries like Jordan, where they have advanced waste treatment systems, where 90% of their wastewater, treated wastewater, is used for irrigation. In Israel, it's about 50%. However, most developing countries, or most regions within developing countries, will not be able to, or may not be able to afford the cost implications of some of these more advanced systems. So there are opportunities for other low-cost, small-scale, on-farm solutions. One of such solutions that is being deployed on the African continent increasingly is the use of water biotechnologies, such as stabilization ponds. So in Israel, no, not in Israel, sorry, in Morocco. In Morocco, they deploy such a technology. They call them natural lagoons. And they use these because they're cost effective, they're cheap to operate, and they're efficient. Other countries use the same solutions. So Burkina Faso, Ghana, Tunisia, Egypt, Senegal, they all deploy similar solutions to this.
Thank you so much for such a detailed response. And I think you referring to developing countries is a perfect segue to my question for you, Olaholuwa. So what I want to ask you is concerning the studies that show that farmers' use of wastewater is most prevalent in regions where there is significant wastewater generation and water pollution. How do we promote and implement structural change in the economy to support this concept of wastewater irrigation?
All right, thank you for that. So, from the question, so there was a point saying that structural support, because in as much as farmers want to adopt wastewater recycling, wastewater farming, irrigation, there might not be sufficient structures in place for them to process the water. Just like Buffy has actually mentioned, wastewater in itself is toxic to the environment and then definitely to the plants and animals. So there has to be a transformation, like a processing phase and stages that it has to pass through before it becomes consumable. So without that structural change for farmers, because farmers in some cases, like Buffy mentioned as well, is a developing country, and even in developed worlds, they have structures and systems in place to process and recycle the water to make it consumable before they can now channel to the farms or for maybe public consumptions in homes. So without that structural support and implementation for farmers, it might not be what developing country farmers will want to consider, because without that alone, processing water, wastewater could be expensive. So that's what I want to talk more about, the structure that has to be in place, like treatment plants, maybe in regions, in farms, like farm estates and farm parks and like so, to make it affordable for farmers to channel their waste there, and the waste they generate from there can now be treated to now channel to their farms as reusable resources.
All right, thank you so much. I'm going to direct my next question to Doctor, because this is a bit academic, so maybe you can help us shed some light on it. Considering the benefits and the general advantages we get by adopting the use of wastewater for irrigation by local farmers. What policies can be put in place to improve the treatment process and ensure that strict application is adhered to? I mean, looking at countries that have incorporated these methods, Buffy shared a few of these. How effective have they been in your own research, and what are the learnings we can take from them so far?
Thank you. Let me start by talking about the policies. Now, in order to be able to do this, there have to be policies that ensure that before wastewater is released to the environment, it has to be in strict compliance with environmental, health, and safety regulations. Because by the time you throw it into the river, it can affect biodiversity. It can even be injurious to so many aquatic life. So these regulations have to be set up by the government, and it has to be enforced. Because naturally, in this part of the world, things like that, people are not used to it. And when you are bringing in a new policy, government have to make it a law. The law have to be enforced by the relevant agencies, and organizations such as people who are going to build housing estates where there's going to be a lot of municipal waste coming out, companies that normally throw their waste out before. Then let me also talk about hotels. They have a lot of waste. So I know Lagos State government is already doing something in this direction from what I find out, but we need to do more. Government have to set up those policies and then enforce it. And also ensure that if you're going to build an hotel or estate or even universities, why can't the water being used in a university environment, we as a community, why can't it be recycled for use? So these policies have to be set up, and then the town planning and the approving authorities also have to ensure that these things are put in place before they approve a particular estate. Those things, regulations have to be in place and ensure strict compliance. So I think in terms of policy, government have a lot to do in that area through its agencies. And these have been used in several countries. One of the challenges with Nigeria is we don't have a centralized sewage management system because many of our cities are not planned. But going forward, seeing the advantages of wastewater use and the encroachment of desertification and climate change, we need to begin to think in that direction and be proactive for the future. Cities, estates, new areas that government is opening up, it has to be planned. You can have a centralized sewage system like they have in the advanced countries, and these things, a centralized waste management system, and with all these policies being enforced by government agencies, I think if we go that way, it will work. It has worked in South Africa. In the US, they have several wastewater plants. But I know, even in Egypt, they operate wastewater plants. So if it can happen in these African countries, Nigeria can do better.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Doctor, for that very comprehensive response. I have a follow-up question for you as you refer to the future. And the future of things now lie in technology. So how do we go about using the effluent from wastewater treatment plants for irrigation in a sustainable way? There is a connection between technology, the Internet of Things, and putting and injecting that into agricultural processes. Can you please shed some more light on that for us today?
Thank you. The use of wastewater in a sustainable manner. And the word sustainability takes us back to the circular economy in which nothing wastes. The waste are recycled and used. Now, to be able to use wastewater in the Nigerian context, I have said it the other time, apart from the modular wastewater treatment systems that homes and small organizations can have, we need to begin to think of the future. In year 2020, during the COVID period, there was so much drought. I live in Akure, and many of the farmers there was no rain. The time people were expecting rain did not come. And so people who have gone to banks to obtain financial facilities to run agriculture, many of them ran at a loss. That is to tell us that climate change is not an Onyibo EU. It is here with us in Nigeria. Now, we need to begin to harvest this wastewater. You want to plan a city, you want to open up new area, have a centralized sewage system so that water from municipal sources, from industrial sources, all this wastewater can be collected within a city. Now, when these are collected, they need to be reserved. We will call it wastewater harvesting. They have to be stored in reservoir in large volume, such that during the dry season when there is no water, this water can be released to the agricultural farms for around the year planting. You will discover that if there is dry season and people don't have vegetable, and you are able to use wastewater to produce vegetable, you can sell it at a good price. That will help the farmers to break even. After storage, another way that we can go about sustaining these particular wastewater resources, we have discovered that even in normal irrigation, the farmers are not able to afford irrigation facilities. I'm an irrigation person. I set up irrigation processes, and the type of irrigation we set up is the one that you can use your mobile phone, here an Android mobile phone, to control your irrigation from any part of the world. We have an app in this phone now. If I press it, water will come out in my farm in Akure, and I can stop it from here. The temperature, humidity of the farm, even the amount of moisture of the soil, I can see everything through an app on this phone. And that tells me that my crops need water. I can on it and off it. Now, when you set up irrigation, an average farmer is not able to afford it. But what we encourage them to do is to come together and form cluster farming. About 10, 20 farmers can go to an area, form a group. Through that, they can access loan. Through that, the wastewater that have been stored can be piped to their different farms. We have also developed systems through which there will be sensors or flow meters that will measure the liters going to your farm, the gallons going to your farm, so that you can pay a token for the sustainability of this system. So what we are saying is that the wastewater we are throwing away could be a very valuable resource if well managed, using technology, having this cluster farming, and all these things.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you very much for that. My next question would be directed at Olaoluwa. Olaoluwa, what, in your experience, in your studies, what do you think that if we have these structures in place to promote wastewater irrigation, how do we drive them? How do we drive the implementation of these systems? Because you mentioned the structural support in response to my last question. So how do we drive the implementation of this structural support?
All right, thank you. Smallholder farmers in Nigeria feed Nigeria. We have the 90% of the food that we eat in Nigeria is from smallholder farmers. like I mentioned earlier, they are not able to afford these solutions. And yes, just right now, Doctor mentioned as well that if we have cluster farmings, cooperatives, okay, so we know of Berigbe fish farm in Ikorodu. We know of Okiaro farm pig farm in Okiaro, and Itoki rice farm in what's called Ekpe. So all these communities exist where we can have a municipal treatment plant where farmers can go, pay a token, and then have water channeled to their farm. Mainly because smallholder farmers feed Nigeria, and the same thing goes for other neighboring countries in Nigeria, like West Africa, as far as East Africa and Africa. So now, having these municipal treatment plants where farmers can pay a token and channel all their waste to that treatment plant and then get what they need as and when due after paying a token, because smallholder farmers in Nigeria feed us, and yeah, they are still feeding us.
Thank you so much for that. Your responses have been very enlightening, so thank you for sharing. One of the things that jumped out at me while each and every one of you were sharing your thoughts on the questions posed to you was, how are, in your experience and in your interaction with different stakeholders in this economy, how would you say the reception towards wastewater irrigation is? I mean, Buffy, you work with other entrepreneurs in the agri business. You have an agro-centered business as well, and Doctor has shared his experience in the irrigation business. What is the general reception to the idea of wastewater in your experience? Buffy, please go ahead.
I mean, I feel, so on ground, farm gate, there is not, people don't talk about it per se. They just do. You know, so I won't say that there is negative or positive reception, because it's not a conversation that happens at farm gate. People need water, they use wastewater or non-wastewater, whatever is available. So I think this is a conversation that needs to start being pushed. At the moment, outside of the farms closer to cities, right, and such conversations like fora like this, when you go on field, on site, people are just doing. I don't think it's a matter of reception or no reception.
Thank you. So the reception from the farmers I work with is that, I mean, maybe pretty much any farmer, when it's not affordable, it's not acceptable. You know, when it's not affordable, it's not acceptable by the farmer. So they want to look for cheaper means of doing stuff, cutting corners, and then in some ways they are not doing it right. But who is to blame? Because farmers spend from what they have. If they don't have it, they can't use it. So just like we have earlier mentioned, we have to subsidize what the farmers are getting. So their response, in response to your question, is just that it has to be affordable, it has to be available. So when it's not affordable, they are not even thinking about it. Yeah, so that's the response. Thank you.
Thank you. Doctor, please.
Well, for me, I've been dealing with irrigation, but I take my water from ponds, not from wastewater treatment plants. And even with that, many farmers are feeling that they can't afford it. It's just very few farmers that even go for the irrigation. Many of them like rain-fed agriculture. Now, if we are bringing in wastewater, there have to be a lot of advocacy. There have to be a lot of reorientation. In fact, many are ignorant about the use of wastewater. I did a PhD in which I have to develop a controller, that was in South Africa, to manage the blowing of air into the wastewater treatment plant in order to save energy. I never knew that is even an issue in Nigeria that we are discussing, because when I was in Nigeria, I didn't hear anybody talking about wastewater, except recently when I was hearing about Lagos state government. And so a lot of farmers are ignorant. If we have to go into it, there has to be a lot of reorientation. And we have to also make them understand that it's a proactive way of sustaining agriculture. because of climate change that is already a reality with us, whether we like it or not.
Thank you very much for your responses. What I'm hearing is a common thread of affordability, and that's very important in any project. The sustainability of any project lies in the fact that it's affordable and it's something the beneficiaries can access pretty easily. So thank you for that. I'm going to ask you all to share your final thoughts on this topic, and then we can open the floor for questions. So please let us know how productive the application of wastewater for irrigation could be, and your predictions for future trends on this topic. Buffy, please go ahead.
I think that the framework that needs to be built, the solutions that need to be preferred, the policies that need to be put in place, I think all of this should fall on local government authorities. I've always believed this. Solutions that would work for our climb are last mile farm gate solutions. So we need last mile infrastructure. And I think that, when you consider our agrarian communities are governed by the local government. So the question is, what are the local governments doing? This should be the core, because over 80% of Nigeria's farmers are smallholder farmers. So this should be the core. And if they receive a budget from the federal government, that budget, a certain percentage of it should be for deploying or creating or deliberating on such agro solutions. So I think that if we move in that direction, we bring the solutions and the deliberations for the solutions closer to the smallholder farmers first. Then when they set up systems, it becomes plug and play for entrepreneurs, because it's not something that you do with government money. So entrepreneurs can then now plug into the systems that have been created. They raise their own money, raise their own capital, and come and plug in. And last year alone, agriculture startups raised over $140 million in Nigeria. The impact space raised over 4.7 billion between 2015 and now, dollars. But none of this has been plugged into any government. Exactly. Well, it's plugged into some last mile, but it's not working with government's trajectory. They're working in parallel. You know what I mean? So if there was a system and structure, then these solutions fit into the government objectives. So if I'm an entrepreneur and I'm raising money, and I know that there's an opportunity to create water treatment solutions at the last mile, and someone has sorted out how I'm going to be paid, my offtake, all I need to do is deploy capital and set it up and then scale from community to community. It becomes easier for me than raising the money, coming to deploy the solutions, and worrying about everything. I'm essentially my own government, which is what most entrepreneurs have to face here.
All right, thank you very much. That's you're speaking to synergy and collaboration towards implementation processes, and all very well understood. Please go ahead for your final thoughts, please.
All right. So my final thought is that if water is not cured, the future is not secured. So, but the question is, who cures the water? That's just like a question for us to take home. Like, who cures it? Is it the government? Is it the individuals? Is it, we can't depend on foreign aids till forever. We have to solve our problems by ourselves. Open water treatments, there are some things that we can do by ourselves, but like Dr. has earlier mentioned, advocacies, reorientation, education, these are the things that we need. We have to show interest so that we can get support as much as we need it. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Doctor, your final thoughts, please.
Yeah, in order to implement this, I think government have a lot to do by creating the enabling environment. I have spoken about the issue of the law. If there is law that prohibits people from just releasing wastewater into the environment, which already exists in Lagos State, other states of federation have to key in, it will help a lot. The NGOs have a lot to do. There are NGOs that are in environmentally related discipline. That's where they need to provide advocacy, provide orientation and things like that. Then another thing is investment, investors. I was talking about the agricultural, about the value chain the other time. There are different treatments of wastewater method, different methods of wastewater. The one I'm used to is the activated sludge process. And the byproducts of the activated sludge process, apart from the effluent the water that is released for irrigation, you produce biogas. That biogas can be a source of money generation. I've been moving around all these exhibition centers, and many of the things that we are seeing there happening in India, in different places, in Germany, they are things that can happen here. We can make a lot of money from those things, but Nigerians are not even looking in that direction. Every day at the Murtala Muhammad Airport, investors keep rushing into the country, and we keep rushing out. Then I ask myself, what did they see in Nigeria? There must be something these guys are saying that we are not saying. So, you can make money from wastewater. The biogas, if it were to be in Germany, I know by now they will have turned that biogas into money. We can do the same. Yes. We can do the same in Lagos. We can do the same in Nigeria. Then I spoke about the manure. I've seen booths here where manure is being created and being sold. Why can't we do that in Lagos? And how do we get the money? This is where investors have to come in. The banks should rise up. If you are able to have a business model and somebody know that if I put 10 million into this thing, I can make 20 million. I tell you they will put money into it. But it has to be done in a small scale level, and then it can be scaled up. So we need the banks, we need even government to facilitate such. We need foreign investors. There are a lot of wastewater being generated in Nigeria. If you cannot do it, let's invite them to partner with us.
Thank you.
And then we can make money from this.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you. I like the aspect you brought in when you mentioned money, because we all know that money is a very, very big motivator. However, I like to say that people, planet, and profit can thrive in the bid to ensure that our daily lives are amped up with sustainability practices. So at this point, I'm throwing the floor open to the audience. If you have any questions, please indicate. Any questions? No?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, all.
Good afternoon.
My question is, we're talking about recycling and reusing wastewater, which is a very good proposition. But my question is, in a country where we do not have a central drainage system that is interconnected for wastewater to run, and which makes it easy for us to collect all the wastewater in a city, how do we, number one, plan to overcome this problem? Because each house that is built has its own drainage system, and they just run the water anyhow they want onto the streets. There's no central collection system like some other countries that have a central drainage system that runs through the whole city, so that all the wastewater converges somewhere from there they can do whatever they want with it. We don't have that in Lagos, we don't have that in Abuja, we don't have that anywhere in Nigeria. So how do we, number one, plan to overcome this so that we can have a very efficient way by which we collect all the wastewater in the city to be run for irrigation, bio, whatever, and anything else we want to do.
Okay, thank you so much for that question. Just to reiterate, he wants to know how we would go about implementing a wastewater system when we do not even have the basic infrastructure to collect such wastewater, talk less of distribute it and put it to resourceful use. Buffy would start and then...
I'll start and then Doctor, who's more knowledgeable, will finish. But so the talk of centralized solutions within cities, I think it's more relevant in countries where you have a lot of these big cities. Here, we have few cities and a bulk of our people are rural and in agrarian communities. So the sorts of solutions we would need to deploy would need to be smaller scale on field, as opposed to the ones for cities. The ones for cities are more relevant to the farmland closer to cities, but that's barely even 10% of our total farming population. Everything happens in the provinces, far away from the cities. So I think the solutions we would need to deploy would be unique and different from what we see in some of the Western climes. And there's some African countries, like I mentioned, that are deploying similar solutions, like in Morocco. Yes, there are varying degrees of advancement. There are the more advanced versions and the lower versions, but I think some of those last mile, smaller scale solutions are more relevant to us here in this climb. But I think Doctor has a more detailed response on this subject matter.
Thank you. Thank you for that question. You know, I mentioned it at the beginning, that one of the challenges we have in Nigeria is the fact that we don't have a centralized sewage system. But I did mention also that going forward, if we feel that is the best way to go, because the effect of climate change in Nigeria 20 years ago is not the same effect now. It's increasing by the day. What we can do, government can have policies such that new areas that are being opened up. I appreciate what Buffy has said, that we could have modular ones in different places. But going forward, when people want to start a university, government can have a policy. Every water in this university must be centralized, and they ensure that. So if everything is centralized and could be collected into a particular place, you want to have housing estate. How many buildings are going to be in this housing estate? There are going to be 50 or more. Government can have such policies. And we can have new areas that we are opening up planned. You thinking that can only happen in the advanced countries? If Nigeria has it as a policy, and that's why I say government have a lot to do, then from the onset, everything is going to be planned. And all those systems will have been constructed. If you are building a house, they will tell you, you only need to connect to it. That is the way to do it. But there must be will on the part of government. There must be reorientation of the people. A lot has to be done to see the advantages that are embedded in such a thing. If not, people will not comply. But if that can be done going forward, then what we are saying is possible. That's the way I see it. So we have a challenge in Nigeria presently. We have built our houses, everybody have his own sewage system. That cannot work in those places. But then, there was a time Lekki was not there. New areas are opening up. Then government can have that policy. In some other clients, they will have even done all the drainages before people begin to build. That can happen in Nigeria. It depends on our will, the will of the government, and orientation of the people to key into it, and enforcement. If you violate it, you are charged to court.
Thank you so much. As a project officer with the Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency, we see a lot of these things. We go on monitoring exercises to ensure compliance of environmental standards. And during these exercises, we look around with, like for hotels, like you rightly said, we talk to them about the possibility of a sewage system where they can reuse their wastewater. And a couple of them, the really big hotels, are open to the idea. I know that last year we had gone to Orchid Hotels somewhere along the expressway, and when we went for a follow-up visit, they had this very extensive and high-level water treatment plants installed in their facility. So yes, a lot of people are open to it, and it's something that would grow as time goes on, as we sensitize people towards this particular method of reusing wastewater. Then we can begin to see growth in that area. Thank you so much for your question, sir. Thank you to my very qualified panelists. Thank you so much for sharing your wealth of knowledge. And with that, I'll bring this panel session to a close. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
What? Oh, we can, yeah, exit. Thank you. All right, thank you so much, our panelists, for that excellent session. I'll now hand over to the Swiss Nigerian Innovation Forum for their segment. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Bankole Lawrentoba, and I will be your coordinator and your guide throughout this whole session for the Swiss Nigeria Innovation Forum. If you're for the Swiss Nigeria Innovation Forum, please move forward. Can we move forward and fill up the seats in front of us? For those of us at the Switzerland booth, can you please move forward and let's get started.
And innovation is prepared and also ready to associate with this type of collaboration.
Can my friends and colleagues at the Switzerland stand please walk up to the sitting area?
Research and development in a way that will be of benefit to our two countries. happiness that jointly between the Swiss ambassador to Nigeria and myself thought this state to declare open the first Swiss Nigeria Innovation Forum 2021.
I'm going to introduce to you the Swiss exhibition, Context Save the World, Swiss Solution to Protect the Environment. It's a traveling exhibition. It will be shown in different parts of the world.
Without the right policies, I think there cannot be innovation.
Ready?
Innovation will come from demand. And if the demand is not here, it cannot be artificially created. I think the professor described the policy that Nigeria wants to create a chemical industry. I think this is a right effect, first of all. I think the worst thing you can do with oil is to burn it.
My advice is if you're bringing any company from Swiss or anywhere in the world, the right place to launch your request and your partnerships is through the Chamber of Commerce.
What are we doing at Lafarge? So what we do is, when we look at the story of climate change, CO2 emission, what are we doing? And what we are doing is, can we replace part of our energy need, especially the heating value, the heating fuel, with waste in 2025, which is just 5 years from today. The world community will be spending $375 billion in waste management.
These challenges we are faced with as a nation, how best can we address it? And that's where the aspect of alternative financing for healthcare came up.
getting started in a couple of minutes, precisely in about 1 or 2 minutes. And so if there are anyone still joining us, please join the conversation.
In 2 minutes.
Thank you again. The Switzerland-Nigeria Innovation Forum has been a melting pot for innovators, inventors, financiers, and other groups of persons who strive for the development of stronger interactions and as well of exchange of knowledge and economic activities between Nigeria and Switzerland. Switzerland has been leading over the years in some innovative technologies that we can see that are currently pioneering and powering other sectors across the world. And with a thriving and emerging green economy like Nigeria, we know that being able to export and also develop localized technology. Thank you. So without further ado, we will be jumping into today's all right. Again, apologies for that little break in transmission. So our sessions today is going to be for just about 2 hours, and within these 2 hours, we'll hear a brief talk from His Excellency, the ambassador, the Swiss ambassador to Nigeria, and that is Mr. Nicholas Lang. And also we get a short keynote address from the Lagos State government, who will be represented by the Honorable Commissioner for Environment, Mr. Tunji Bello. Also we'll have 2 discussion sessions focusing around policies of of public-private partnerships and also funding gaps. Now, this session has been designed to be very interactive and also to clarify conversations on how public-private partnership can work and how it influences clean tech technology in Nigeria. There's also going to be room for questions and answers. And also at the end of this session, by 4:30, we'll be heading to the Lagos Beach House for a short reception. Now, with a warm round of welcome, please welcome the Ambassador of Switzerland, Mr. Nicholas Lang, to deliver his welcome address.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, it's a great pleasure for me to be here in Lagos today. It's a first. I've been on the continent for roughly 25 years in different capacities, private and professional, but I never managed to get to Lagos, so I'm happy that finally that has happened to this vibrant and fascinating city. Yeah. Welcome to the Swiss Nigerian Innovation Forum SNIF that will remain in your heads, ladies and gentlemen, which takes place in the framework of the West African Clean Energy and Environment Trade Fair and Conference. The Swiss Nigerian Innovation Forum is a cooperation between the Switzerland's embassy in Abuja and the Swiss Consulate General in Lagos. The endeavor started with the first edition last year in Abuja, under the patronage of the Nigerian Federal Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change is a threat to humanity. The consequences are already felt all over, and they are serious. Only a few unbelievers still refuse to see this. Hence, the global economy must be put on a completely new footing in terms of energy supply, and that within just 30 years. Ultimately, there is no way around decarbonization, and the technological challenges involved in this change are, let's acknowledge it, colossal. If you want to know more about what it entails, I suggest you read the book written by Bill Gates, a rather famous person, titled How to Avoid a Climate Disaster. He puts in clear terms the challenges, but also how to overcome them. And the good news is that Gates is of the opinion that it's actually possible to get there within a time span of 30 years. But we, humankind, will only be successful in dealing with that challenge if we work together. Cooperation is key. If COVID has shown us anything, it is that today's challenges do not stop at national borders. It has also shown that if humankind needs to mobilize funds, then we manage to mobilize them. It is obvious that it is equally true for climate change. Climate change doesn't know borders. And these challenges require international and scientific cooperation as much as technological innovation. As you perhaps know, and if you don't, then you will hear it now, Switzerland has been for years the most innovative economy in the world. And it's been number one also in the ranking of patents that you can read every year in the yearly report published by WIPO, the World Intellectual Property Organization. In other words, it makes a lot of sense to look among Swiss companies if you look for a suitable partner to develop innovative, climate-friendly solutions to your business projects. To learn more about the potential of innovation in climate change matters, visitors of this conference, of this forum, can visit this exhibition there. It's quite an interesting presentation detailing what this is all about. Exhibition is called Can Tech Save the World? We choose to organize our Swiss-Nigerian Innovation Forum thematically around clean tech to highlight Swiss innovation in this domain. The panels we'll have now in the afternoon will address the following questions: the impact of public-private partnership policies on clean tech financing, and as a second, addressing finance gaps in sustainable financing possibilities and partnerships. There are many ideas and solutions. There are many ideas and solutions. The potential has been identified. However, financing remains probably the biggest challenge when it comes to investing in clean tech. I'm curious to learn more about financing solutions thanks to the panels. In our efforts to deepen bilateral relations, these kinds of discussions are purposeful and mutually beneficial. I should not end my brief introduction without mentioning those who have helped us bring this about. Our kind sponsors, which are Nestlé, Lafarge Holcim, Présence Switzerland, and Switzerland Global Enterprise. And then also, of course, our partners, the delegation of German industry and commerce in Nigeria, Telco Europe, and the Swiss-Nigerian Business Council. Last but not least, I shouldn't fail to also express our gratitude to the Nigeria Climate Innovation Center, and here in particular to Mr. Bankole Oloruntoba. I'm not familiar with the name yet, but that will change. And his team who put together the panel discussions. Thank you for your attention. I hope you will enjoy the panel discussions and benefit from them for your activities. Thank you very much. Sorry for your name. It's okay, no problem. We can take it. I will get there.
I'm sure you will lead it better.
I might.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Lang. I'll do my best to teach you the intonations very soon. Great. So I still remain Bankole Oloruntoba. And now we'll be jumping. Our next point of conversation is to have a keynote address from Lagos State Government. But while we await the presence of the Honorable Commissioner, we will jump straight into our moderation session. Remember, we've got just 2 hours. As the ambassador has explained, the offshoot and the kinds of possibilities that are available between Switzerland and Nigeria, it's also keen for us to know that for the growth of any economy, there is that need for public-private partnerships. And for this sort of partnerships to work very well, there are need for certain types of policies that put into perspective all parties that are at play. And so we have some very wonderful people here who have been playing within the space of PPP to improve, clean technology advancement into Nigeria, and as well as circularity, so that they can help us discuss and share a bit more insight on some of the things that they have encountered and the kinds of solutions that can further improve this possibility in Nigeria. I'll be your moderator during that session, and in no particular order, I would like to start by inviting the Chief Executive Officer of InfraCredit Nigeria, Mr. Chinua Azubike, to please join us on the table. A round of applause for Chinua, please. Thank you very much. InfraCredit is the leading infrastructure financing organization in Nigeria, and they have demonstrated a lot of PPP programs and collaborations in infrastructure financing in Nigeria. Thank you, Mr. Azubike, for joining us. Also, I'd like to call my friend who will be fighting the good fight of circularity and also trying to harmonize, economics and businesses and sustainability. Please welcome the Executive Secretary of the Food and Beverage Recycling Alliance, RSA Onagise. RSA, join us on the stage, please. Thank you very much. FIBRA is that alliance that puts together all players within the food and beverage sector. And she will be sharing more insights with us on how the Nigeria's Extended Producers Responsibility Policy and Framework is helping to shape circular economy development in Nigeria. Thank you, RSA. Great. And also I've got another partner in crime of mine, but she's a good partner in crime this time. And it's always around building, partnerships around circular economy. And
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Executive Director of the Circular Economy Innovation Partnerships, Dr. Natalie Bienish. Natalie, thank you for joining us. Natalie leads the team at Circular Economy Innovation Partnerships, and they have been building a whole lot of innovation-related pipelines around circularity, also with the partnership of NCIC. And they are the ones leading the Circular Economy Partnership, platform for Lagos State. Thank you, Natalie, for joining us. And I have with us a distinguished personality who currently leads the ITPO office in Nigeria. Please welcome the head of UNIDO ITPO Nigeria, Ms. Abimbola Olufure. Thank you, Bibi, for joining us. And the ITPO is always in charge of investment technology promotion office under the UNIDO office in Nigeria. Great. Thank you, Bibi, for joining us. And so we'll be jumping into these conversations, which will last for about 45 minutes, or rather 40 to 45 minutes. And I would like us to, kind of keep our conversations within the context of what we're speaking about. I'm not sure if I should sit or I should stand. I think I'm too excited to have this conversation. But I'm sitting very far away from you, but not far from the madding crowd. So, so in no particular order, I think this microphone is, do you have a microphone over there? Great. I think I'll start this time. Let me reverse the type. Instead of ladies first, I would like the gentleman to go first. You know what they say about blessed art thou in the midst of women. And I know that, Chinua can handle this conversation properly. So Chinua, please help us understand, PPP partnerships, largely around the kinds of policies that helps to improve public-private partnerships, particularly around the gaps that we've found within the clean tech industry, and what InfraCredit is doing about it.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for inviting me to join this esteemed panel. So I'll talk about public-private partnerships within the context of, creating an enabling environment that can, attract financing, private sector financing for infrastructure. And we look at climate infrastructure, so that essentially are being able to attract foreign direct investments, like most of the products and services that we've seen here. And I think, what we've seen historically is where government put in laws, policies, fiscal policies, or regulatory policies in place that reduce the financial burden and or reduce the cost of doing business. And so we've seen this in the form of, and maybe we'll look specifically at renewable energy. We have seen where there were policies being put in place to reduce, for example, the cost of importation of solar systems, the tariff rate. And so ideally there's the exemption certificate you get, for example, if you import solar systems. These sort of incentives increase private sector participation. But broadly speaking, PPPs are really just putting in a framework for how private sector understand how they can bid for projects and invest in partnership with government, and where government can actually concession assets or invite private sector to co-invest and manage public assets for the benefit of the society at large. But it obviously has to be, a balanced win-win situation. And it's really, for us, for me, the way we see it is a way in which risk is shared between the public and the private sector. And then ultimately the cost of access is also reduced. So we have in the past worked with supported projects that have been beneficiaries of public-private partnership. A simple example is a hydro project company actually called the Shiroro Hydro, which the promoters, invested by getting a 25-year concession from the federal government under a PPP arrangement, and so they would operate and maintain the asset, and under that they are able to provide energy to the grid at a least cost, on a least cost basis. And we were able to provide a guarantee, because we provide guarantees to enable private sector to raise long-term financing to invest in infrastructure, for the company to raise a 15-year local currency debt from local pensions and insurance companies in order to rehabilitate the project, the power plant, so they could operate. And because the government had created a framework for that to happen, we were able to support that. We've also supported a captive power company that providing energy access in Lagos. And they actually participated through a public-private partnership with Lagos State, where they actually bought over the assets to operate and maintain it and provide energy as a service to both the Lagos and other end users. So the frameworks that enable that type of capital to come from private sector is really the bedrock of public-private partnership initiatives, really reducing the risk, allocating risk between where private sector can bear that risk, also putting in, where necessary, fiscal policies that reduce the cost of doing business and increase investor interest to participate in certain sectors. So applying that to the climate, where we look at climate finance and renewable energy sector, could certainly play a key role. And one of which we've seen is the Rural Electrification Agency, and the framework that has been put in place to attract off-grid clean energy access in Nigeria. And that has opened up what we consider to be an up to $16 billion investment opportunity over the next 8 years. And this is really driven by the infrastructure deficit required to achieve universal energy access in Nigeria. Right, so the study demonstrates that we require to provide off-grid energy for up to 600 communities in the country, 600,000 actually, and to do that, it can only be done through off-grid technology, because that's the least cost technology that can provide energy access to most of the communities not connected to the grid, right? And that creates an opportunity. Now, the enabling environment to drive that is where we see public sector, the government creating the framework, the regulatory framework that makes it easy for investors to participate, but also access to capital is another component of that. And the World Bank provides performance-based grants that makes it less risky for capital from private investors to be invested in it. And we play a role in helping complement that by providing credit enhancement, so that the developers can actually raise local financing at more affordable rates to deploy these solar equipment in these communities. So I think these are sort of examples and context in terms of what the opportunity lies here.
Thank you so much. That's a very good way to introduce us into the frameworks around PPP and how government even plays a very strategic role in helping us have a conducive environment to thrive and also to trade. And speaking of government frameworks, right? I'll bring this conversation to you, Aresa. We've read quite a lot around the EPR, which is the Extended Producer Responsibility, and how it is a framework that holds businesses responsible for the post-consumption of their products. How will you say that public-private partnership, or rather the kinds of policies that have been created, or that exact policy has helped to improve public-private partnership?
Okay, thank you very much, Bankole. And that's a very good question. Just in line with what Chima just said, PPP is very important, because we have also realized that over time, each party has a role to play. So when you talk about public, you're talking about government, and then you're talking about the private sector. So specifically for EPR, which is Extended Producer Responsibility, sometime in 2014, guidelines were developed by the regulatory authority, Federal Ministry of Environment, on extended producer responsibility, which places a responsibility on producers, manufacturers, to be responsible for the life cycle of their product, and specifically for post-consumer packaging material, where their product goes in and goes to the consumers. Based on that, some companies came together, having identified that Nigeria was going to adopt an industry-led model of EPRA implementation. So the following companies, Nigerian Bottling Company, which is Coca-Cola, Nestle, Nigerian Breweries, and 7-Up, came together to form an alliance, which is the Producer Responsibility Organization, which we have today as FIBRA, Food and Beverage Recycling Alliance, to implement this EPR. And when they came together, they understood their social, environmental governance responsibilities and took that upon themselves to start driving it by contributing their finance based on what they put out in the market to producers. And when they started, they engaged one collection partner to start. That was in 2018, where FIBRA was fully registered through the Corporate Affairs Commission. But as of today, we have 28 members in the alliance. And so those 28 members are funding the activities of the alliance, which has 3 focus areas. First is the collection and recovery of this packaging material that would have been dumped in the environment, that would have been in our drainages, and as of today, over 23,000 metric tons have been financed to take out of the environment. The second focus area has also been to work with government and regulatory authority to drive the policy. We know that policy is a key driver when it comes to circular economy, when it comes to clean technology. And so this EPRO has been able to drive companies to come together to do that. However, we need more input from other industry, because if you look at Nigeria, the Nigerian context, we have over 1,000 food and beverage sector players. However, in the alliance, we just have 28 members. So if you look at it, how implementable are these policies that have been set up? Also, in the last 4 years, we have also seen other policies coming up. National policy on plastic waste. We have also seen a regional policy coming up, ECOWAS policy on plastic waste, and we have also seen some states like Lagos State putting out policies. But then what is the partnership and collaboration between the public and the private? How integrated are they in their suggestions, in their input to those policies? Because if that synergy is not there, it becomes a stumbling block in implementing those policies. So if you look at those policies, you can see some things coming up like some bans, some levies, and then how do you implement it when you talk about the real world in terms of the economics. So it's very critical for policies to provide the enabling environment to drive clean technology, to drive circular economy. But we need effective implementation of PPP. So when the public and the private sector collaborate effectively, you will get more results. Thank you.
Thank you so much, RSA. And let me go to you, Natalie. So Natalie, we know that you've been leading quite a lot of conversations around circular economy platform, particularly Lagos State, right? How do we stimulate that circular economy market? All right, and how do we build the kinds of partnerships that needs to be built? Can you tell us in your own experience, right? How has the government, particularly Lagos State government now, has been instrumental in building a thriving circular economy in Lagos State?
Thank you. That's a good big question. I hope I can answer it. And just to maybe as background, one of the projects that Bankole and myself have worked on is an initiative called Circular Legos, which we started with Lagos State government. It was initiated by Lagos State government. And of course, Lagos State is instrumental in driving this initiative, and it's been instrumental in terms of driving the success of the programs that we've been working on together. I think I want to distinguish between what we call like a policy, what we call like PPP, and what I would refer to as governance. And I think in the case of the Circular Legos, where we are partnering with Lagos State, this is about governance. This is a question of understanding that to build circular economy, we need both the public and private sector to act. the question of how we do that in Lagos is still open, and we have a number of open conversations about how we can do that. There are policy layers to that, but I think it's a question of selecting what the right instruments are and when to use them. I think in the experience, again, with Lagos State, with Circular Lagos, we've, again, in partnership with NCIC and Bankole's team, we've concluded an incubation program. And I think some of the learnings there, when we talk about the financing side, is really around R&D, research and development. Obviously, I think I don't come from a background, an innovation or entrepreneurship background, and I think I came up, hello? Nope. No one can hear me. No one wants to talk to me anymore.
We can hear you.
I'm back. And I think one of the key learnings for us is that to really effectively start a business anywhere, you need huge amounts of startup input. It's to test your ideas, develop your ideas, to work on prototypes and reform those prototypes. And the financing is not available, either from a private standpoint or a public standpoint. And this is something I think from a public-private partnership perspective needs a lot more work in the circular space. And I think we had a discussion yesterday as well around the stability of, specifically around the plastics value chain. And here, a key outcome, it came up in both e-waste and in plastics, that these are not, from a free market standpoint, are not viable business models. So obviously you need some kind of instrument, a public sector instrument, to intervene and support that financing. There's a number of options available, and working through platforms like Circular Lagos or the Circular Business Platform is how we can start to come to some solutions around how we can structure those opportunities.
All right, thank you so much, Natalie. Bibi, so my question is really around investment promotions, right? And how policies has really helped with that part of building capacity around research and development, and even patenting and all that mixture of words. But from your experience in promoting investment and technology, how have you seen the rise of clean tech in Nigeria, and how have you seen the role of government around it?
Thank you. Okay, thanks. Thank you for that question. So, good evening, or good afternoon, everyone. And it's a pleasure to be here. And to answer your question directly, it's been an uphill task in Nigeria promoting investment and trying to get that attracted towards technology. The reason why I say that is there is a gap that needs to be closed. When it comes to clean technology, we still lack an ecosystem approach to clean tech. And this is why somebody asked me today, what exactly is clean tech? And I said, okay, it comprises of waste management, the circular economy, recycling, sustainable land management. We need people that should be looking at the flooding that is happening right now. Who are those looking at it? Are there startups that were enabling? And then even if you put all these people together, nobody is interested in funding them. You have the universities and the researchers that are not addressing these issues. And also one big portion of clean tech that we kind of like don't talk about, because a lot of times when you're in the development space, you're focused on a lot of things that are zero oil. But then you also have to address clean tech in the context of the fossil fuel sector, pretty much. So in the oil and gas producing, how are we going to get, greener fuels, greener gas, produced? And these solutions are also classified under clean tech. So when it comes to the oil and gas, It's a bit easier to attract investment because these are things that are inevitable. We need cleaner fuels. The oil and gas companies in themselves have they have responsibilities in terms of carbon footprint, so they are always seeking to do projects that will help them get carbon credits. And so in that carbon space, there's kind of like it's incentivized to pursue solutions on clean tech. But when we come down to clean tech in the regular like waste management, we need a lot of policy movements. Now, I think the oil and gas sector is one of the most regulated sectors in Nigeria. We need to bring that type of regulation to the zero oil sector, where we begin to see how the government policies would drive and incentivize, clean tech, incentivize recycling, and a whole lot of things. We need to see these policies. We have to review the existing policies in terms of practicality, because here in Nigeria we have a lot of policies that have been written, but the implementation still kind of like hangs in the air. And right now what we need to do as PPPs is, where exactly is policy sitting as relates to a specific matter in the clean tech space, and how do we help to either reappraise the policy so that it gets updated to address current realities, or how does the existing ones that address current realities, what is the implementation plan, and how does that transcend through different regimes, so that it just doesn't hang in the air and disappear. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So let me quickly go around the room again one more time, starting with you also, Chinua. With the recent energy transition plan, which is about the next best topic after I don't know, don't let me mention it. But anyway, so the energy transition plan, with gas being the transition fuel, and we understand that infrastructure gap in making this happen. What's your take on it? What do you think we need to do to harness that whole potential?
So I think firstly is I think when we think about energy transition, but you also need to look at it from a perspective of inclusive growth and universal electrification. So there are multiple approaches to take. There's a huge amount of capex funding required to achieve Nigeria's energy transition plan. And that requires significant amount of private sector capital. I think it's well over close to $1 trillion. I think there's some amount that the government had highlighted. However, when we also look at the cost of achieving universal electrification, I think that's estimated at somewhere around $16 to $20 billion or thereabout. But if you think about the off-grid energy, that's about $16 billion. And the strategy, in my view, would be multifold. I think, there's a comment from one of the panelists around accessing capital and the cost of capital. I think being able to look at innovative solutions where public-private capital can mix and risk share to reduce the cost and also, attract, private sector's interest to actually invest in energy transition. So that to me is the open question. And, what we found very unique in what we do at InfraCredit is actually being able to leverage capital from the European government. So we have the German government, KfW, providing investments through InfraCredit to enable us issue local currency guarantees, which now enables domestic lenders like
alternative lenders like the local pension funds to actually invest in infrastructure. And now, as part of our own energy transition strategy, we're focusing on helping to support that roadmap, that transition plan, by identifying sectors of the economy where we could provide that type of financing. And we're doing this by actually providing guarantees for solar mini-grid companies to access lower cost finance to build mini-grids in peri-urban and rural communities alongside other renewable energy projects. So very recently we've helped, and this is in collaboration with the UK government, where they provided some public, so this is a good example of public-private partnership in funding. You know, because what you find is that Nigeria receives about $3.5 billion annually in overseas development assistance from the governments. Most of these governments actually give grants. And the argument is that why don't you convert some of these to investments that can catalyze private sector investments? Why don't you make this more catalytic? Because if, yes, you know, you put these grants directly, but sometimes they don't achieve any real outcomes, right? Some of them are used to pay for a lot of consultancy projects that we don't really see the full benefit of it. Can't they coordinate and, you know, fund these directly to catalyze private sector financing? Now, we've shown an example of what is possible. So the UK government provided £10 million to catalyze the £10 million naira equivalent of domestic financing to drive more renewable energy access. And we've been able to support green bonds that are financing electrification using solar in communities that don't have energy access. So this would not have been possible. And this is tenures of up to 7 years in local currency. That otherwise would not have been possible, right? But what has happened is that the public sector is saying we will bear risk because our capital is impact capital that is willing to bear risk. But we want that capital to catalyze private capital so that it can be more sustainable, right? And imagine if a lot of all these other governments begin to coordinate financing in that way. You're going to be able to attract domestic capital. The pension funds can invest $10 billion as domestic credit to the private sector. And that amount is growing at 15% to 18% per annum, right? But they're not doing that because they're not good enough projects to invest in. And being able to bring public capital to blend the cost and reduce the risk, then you can bring some of that domestic funding to go into climate projects. So it's not impossible, it's happening. How do we scale it, right? Because we have governments here that have the capacity to do that, but I think the structure may be that that money goes elsewhere and it's not really having the type of direct impact that it should have. So I think it's a cause for discussion as to how best we can begin to reallocate some of these funds towards direct impact on the ground.
Thank you very much, Chino. That's a very introspective, statement right there. And I believe that with the kind of conversations and partners we have around here, this conversation can thrive beyond, and then these questions also, can be answered. I will say, can you help me understand how what else can be done better in trying to make the best out of EPR?
Yes. Okay, thank you. So if you look at the value chain, let me use the waste management value chain as an example. At each stage of the value chain, there's a need for intervention. So the value chain can start from you and I, where we generate waste. Secondly, it goes to the informal sector, the collectors, the aggregators, all the way to the end of closing the loop. For you to effectively say we are implementing circular economy in terms of implementing EPR, the chain has to be round and it has to be closed. Well, how do we close the chain? So let me take an example of a packaging material, a bottle. So if you have a waste bottle, how do we get that same bottle back into the system that it can be used as a content for a new production? That is a lot of capital that is required to do that. So one of the gaps we have seen is the infrastructure is not in place when you look at each part of the value chain. So if you look at collection, do we have enough collection centers that are closer to people? closer to the community where people can access, where you and I can go and drop our recyclables. We don't have enough. And then because it's a volumes game, for you to be effective in terms of profitable for a business to go into recycling, you have to be able to invest in machines that can produce our PETs, recycled PETs, because we're still talking about the plastic bottles. Now, those machines cost millions of dollars. Who is going to fund it? So you can see that the infrastructure is needed. We don't have enough infrastructure. And then the financing of that infrastructure is also important. Then if you look at it, looking at the policy, how does policy provide instruments, like some of my fellow panelists have talked about, provide incentives for businesses to go into that production? How does it encourage, let's say, members of the alliance that are already doing a good job to do more? And how does that policy drive bringing more people into the alliance so that we'll have more funding to be able to fund the different parts of the value chain? So there's a lot that needs to go into it. And all these things we're talking about cost money. And that's what we're talking about, finance. If you also look at the value chain, logistics is key. How do you move the material or the packaging material that has been collected from point A to point B to be processed into a product? It costs money. You need trucks, you need logistics, you need to the operations, all those cost money. So if you look at all that, those are gaps that we can see in the value chain. And then finally, advocacy, awareness creation is very key. We're all here now, we're talking about clean technology, we're talking about circular economy. We still have a lot of people out there that when you talk about circular economy, you talk about recycling, they'll ask you, what are you talking about? And so that's why we also need to be advocates, to be able to go out into communities, go to schools, go to, religious places, our circle of influence to talk about this, so that people will know that this packaging material has a value. Instead of dumping it in the environment, putting it in the drains, what happens to it? You can collect it. There are service providers that do that. So besides the recyclables, we also have the non-recyclables. And there are avenues for recycling that. We have Lafarge in the room here. They promote zero waste. So they also take non-recyclables. So if we effectively explore both the non-recyclables with Lafarge and then the recyclables with a company that has set up an RPET facility, we also realize that we don't have any waste left. So it's also, we're going to be able to achieve circular economy, and we'll also be able to achieve zero waste. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Natalie, talking about, believing in partnerships, right? With this circular, business platform that we're seeing, or rather that we're working on, for the sake of Lagos State, what do we think we should expect? What are the kind of expectations, that we should see once this is up and moving?
Thank you. It's a good question. I think maybe just to focus on the topic of this session, which is really focused on financing, one of the key areas that the Circular Business Platform is focusing on is a business growth and investment forum. So from that, I think I've raised in the last iteration of questions, I raised some of the issues that we've faced in our first round of incubation. So one of the key areas that we're going to be working on is looking at the financing questions. What are the needs of these groups, and who is supplying the finance? How is it being structured, and is it being structured in a way that actually benefits the startups, which I think is the intention when we're looking at building a circular economy infrastructure here, is one of the key kind of constituents, in addition to, I think, the capacity story that Arisa was talking about as well. So from the circular business growth and investment standpoint is, if a year from now, I think we're going to have a much stronger position on what is needed, what types of financing structures are needed to support this. I also hope we're going to have an aligned position with both public and private organizations on that, so that we'd have a very strong message 1 year from now.
Thank you very much, Natalie. And Abimbola, so if we're going to promote investment in technology, right, through favorable policies. How best do you think we can do this?
First and foremost, the policies, like I mentioned earlier, need to be really up to date and practical. And we have to have a way to secure the investments that we are promoting. So there has to be a preview for the investors to know that my investment is going to be secure. And that brings me to what Chima had said about an enabling environment. How enabling is the business environment in Nigeria today, or even in Africa, for things like fast-moving consumer goods, for example. We have the resident issues, surrounding that, and how just so many things are up in the air around, currency volatility. You have also policies that are like a policy somersault, I'll call it, right? So you then...
Policies that are contradictory, right?
Yes, they are contradictory, and you do not find... So the policies are not speaking to themselves, and they're not in sync. So on the one hand, the policy enables you to do something, but then there's a policy that also just incapacitates your business. So how do we get to do this? And for me, what is really key, apart from just looking at it from a funding perspective, is that the public-private partnerships really need to be deepened, and it should inform a lot of these policy directions. So the private sector should drive the policy direction. The government should listen for what the private sector needs, and then they develop policy, and not the other way around. Develop policy and then try to ground truth it with the private sector. And, so we need to address that. We need to be able to create a sustainability corridor, I'll call it, where everything that comes in is in sync. So if we're talking clean tech, then you have to look for every other tenets of clean tech and ensure that the issue that is being addressed is being addressed in a very robust manner, so that when you attract investors, you're sure that this investment can also be retained. Because it's easy to promote investment. I think promoting investment is the 1%. 99% is retaining that investment, and it has a lot to do with, the enabling environment. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank my wonderful panel for helping us break this conversation down. If you've got a question, we would like to take about 3 people. And please keep your questions short, not comments. If you've got a question, our guests are ready. So we've got a gentleman here in front. Who else? Another gentleman there. Third, going. Yes, Femi, third. So, please, to the gentleman.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ahmed Alex Omar. I'm president of the African Packaging Organization. My question will be in twofold. First, if we have an EPR in place, which obviously means that the producers will be held responsible for the packaging they put out there, has this already been made into law? And are we enforcing it, and what are the penalties? 2, if we have diamonds on the street of Lagos, I'm sure all of us will scramble for it. Do you think we have made enough effort for us to pick out this waste, because this is money? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Femi Idowu Adegoke. I'm the president of Lagos Recyclers Association. So it's not a question, but I just want to corroborate what Wacee has said. When it comes to policy for public-private partnership, I think one of the gaps is because the government angle of it, which is, in this case for FBRA, is Nesria. They have not enforced the law. They have the instrument of the law, they're not using it. If out of over 1,000 beverage producers that use these packaging materials in Nigeria, and we have only 28 being responsible, we have not even touched anything. I think, and I believe, enforcement. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Idorino Moore. I'm a lawyer in the energy practice Govudodom and Bello Sagi. While seated here, I've been listening to this beautiful conversation, and all I've been hearing is policy. And there's a danger with that. The danger is lack of security, risk mitigation for investment. Because the problem with policy is that when a new government comes in, may do away with it or decide to go on with it. And one of the ways to mitigate that risk for investors is to move it to the next level, which is law. Now, the question is, do you think, in terms of public-private partnership and clean tech, that there is a good legal regime that promotes investment in that sector, that allows for investment for the entire value chain? And I want to add to what my brother just said. The regulators, I've been privileged to advise clients, international clients, in that sector. I want to tell you the regulation there is very weak. Thank you.
Okay. So based on what the question Mr. Alex asked, I do not work for the government, but I'll tell you what I know. In terms of the EPR, we just have operational guidelines for EPR. That's what we have at the moment. That was your question. If it's a law. I don't know of any law, EPR. I know of the operational guidelines. But maybe someone in the government, Nesra, can speak more to that. Then the next question you asked was, if there's diamond in the streets, why are lots of people not picking it? People are not aware. I spoke about that. A lot of people still do not know that there's a value that is placed on this packaging material. We also need to make the business more sustainable, to be a sustainable model, where I talked about the different interventions that are needed in each phase of the value chain. Just in this room, we have some collectors, people that actually do it as a business. But how much of that material that is left out in the environment goes to them? If people know that there's a value for that, they will bring it to them. If we have enough infrastructure in place, if we have enough collection centers in communities, people will take it there. So there needs to be more awareness, there needs to be infrastructure, and finally there needs to be financing for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arrest. I guess all the conversation keep pointing back to Chinua around the area of finance. So Chinua, can you help us put a cap on this? You know, looking at the different conversations that have been said around, you know, implementation of policies and how does that stimulate resources, finances, and code, you know, to be able to bridge the infrastructure gap that we find within this new economy?
So, you know, it's a very complex terrain when you try to get policy perfect before investments come. It's sort of like a chicken and egg sometimes. Which one comes first? There are certain times where you see investment drive policy change, right? So also there are times where policy may not be perfect, but it evolves. And so you create a framework that actually stimulates a certain level of investment that continues to drive development in the frameworks because it's responsive, right, to the changes that are required. So we're not necessarily going to see a perfect environment where all of the policy is set before investment comes. It's just really that, that ability to navigate, through where it's not perfect, but it's good enough, right, to attract some form of investment interest. And this is where we see the public and private,
capital, I'll use that language, sort of blend forces to attract, to actually address the perception of risk versus cost of capital? Because that's typically the issues that we tend to see, is the perception of risk, that if I invest in this, will I get my money back? And then also the cost of capital that prevents that investment being viable. So how do you blend, how do you sort of blend that or address that risk? And this is where we have actually piloted a model where we are working with the UK government, where what they're saying is, for every financing that is required, 50%, and they articulated the type of projects. So these are all off-grid clean energy infrastructure related projects. And they've said for these classes of investments that qualify, they will take first loss of up to 50%, and they will provide a lower interest rate that actually blends the cost and brings it down. So what that does, it addresses the perception of risk challenge and also the cost of capital, but it actually ensures some kind of sustainability, because through these models, you're actually leveraging whatever existing policies. So the government has put in a framework for off-grid investments in underserved communities. So that exists. So, the challenge is now, can they pay? Will they pay? What's the data? And it's not fully there. But this allows the investment to come, the data to be generated, that ultimately drives more investment and reduces even the level of support that you need, because the private sector gets bolder and there's enough data to drive further investment. So I think this model, for me, is proven that we should see more of the rich European government redirect the kind of support they give, to government through structures like this that directly catalyze private sector investment. Otherwise, we keep going in circles, right? Because we keep saying the same thing. We need to redirect this funding. It's coming, but it's going in the wrong channels.
Thank you very much, Chuna. And that wraps up this panel. A round of applause for my panelists, please. It's been about 45 minutes of good conversations and quality insights. I would like to thank you all, for finding time to share your wealth of knowledge and also experience. Thank you very much, Natalie. Thank you, Arese. Thank you, Chinua. Thank you, Abimbola. A round of applause for them as we get set for the next. Okay, I think we'll do a quick photo ops. Right. And the next panel should please get ready. Thank you very much to my wonderful, distinguished panelists. And we are getting set for the next panel, which is addressing finance gap in sustainable financing possibilities and partnerships. And to moderate this session, I would like to call on Mr. Robo Ibu, who is the CEO, founder of PRIL. A round of applause for Robo Ibu, please. I think you have to go around that way. And supporting, having a conversation with Robo Ibu, I would like to call on the Corporate Communications and Public Affairs Manager of Nestle, Victoria Wadoka. A round of applause for Victoria, please, as you come on. And also, I would like to call on, an energy market development advisor, which USAID. I'd like to call on Eme Ponu to please join us on the stage. A round of applause for Eme as she comes up. And also, I'd like to invite the head geocycle and member of Executive Committee of Lafarge Africa. Please welcome Daniel Adedokun. Thank you very much. And so I'll leave the floor for you, Robo. Good luck.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So you're all welcome to this panel discussion. We've had a good session talking about the possibilities in public-private partnership. So here we're going to look at some specific, right, specific, examples. So to just introduce myself, more, I'm Robo Igbu. I'm a climate finance consultant and the project lead for Empower New Energy. So basically, I work in the renewable energy space when we try to provide investment solutions, for industries, and commercial enterprises. So, but again, our focus here is around sustainable investment. And I just want to make a comment around that. So, climate, finance is a subset of sustainable, finance, sustainable, investment. And there was a recent study that was done by the Climate Policy Initiative that basically threw some numbers around where Nigeria is regarding climate finance. You could see this huge gap that for us to make our SDG 30 to meet our NDCs, right, we need like $177 billion, right, and that comes to like $17.7 billion. And from the latest data that we have for 2019 and 2020 is that we were able to get like maybe 1.5 billion, 1.9 billion invested in climate finance sector. So you can see that there's this huge gap, right? And there's this need for the public and the private sector to basically work together to see how we can bridge this huge finance gap. So I think I want to start with the closest person to me here, right? So we know Nestle, a global multinational. And I'm just curious to know, okay, what kind of opportunities have you seen, Nestle, working in Nigeria, and working, with, the ERP? What kind of, financing gaps, have you seen, and that, Nestle have, tried to like bridge some of that, financing gap?
Hello, thank you very much, Robo, and hello, everyone. Wacee has spoken very much about what we've been doing on the platform of the EPR, and Chinua had to answer a lot of questions about financing, so I wouldn't go into that. I think that you talked about something that is really critical, and that's sustainability of the financing, sustainable financing. So under the EPR, what we've tried to do is to, first of all, create an ecosystem that enables investment in this industry. Now, the thing about financing is that financing is not free. For financing to be sustainable, there must be an outcome, there must be an ROI that is clear, that is sustained. And we have not approached the energy sector, the clean economy, with a view to an ecosystem as a value chain, as an industry, and that there must be an end to the process. And so, if you look at the value chain, the collectors are there, some transformers are there, but what is the outcome? What's the end use of these materials that are being collected? I think that's why you see the space in the financing within the ecosystem. Because if you see an outcome and you see that this is viable, this is business, this is an industry, I make an investment, I have returns, and I can keep investing, then the ecosystem will basically run itself. What we're doing right now as the Food and Beverage Recycling Alliance is that we're coming together to bridge some of the gaps. But we could actually accelerate faster if we have this kind of environment where the government is playing its part, private sector is playing its part, consumers are playing their part, we're all playing our part, and the financiers can see a reason to invest. And this is where the challenge is. What we've done now is work with the government to, have some policies in place. Now, I don't know if it was Chinua or Bibi that spoke about the fact that policies are created and then you go back to now check it with the industry who needs this policy to operate. I think that we should come to a point where it's done the other way around. We've started to have those discussions, and I must tell you that we've made a lot of progress with the Ministry of Environment, with Nesria, with Lagos State, Loma, and LASEPA, and everybody that's involved. We made a lot of progress, and we need to extend that to other states. Now, the second thing that we're doing is trying to create this ecosystem, bringing all the players together around the same objectives, around the same timeline. And our next project basically is to have a hub where this recycling can take place. And that's an area that we're investing in. The third area that we're investing in is actually in financing the ecosystem, financing the collectors, helping them to create SMEs that are based on really doing business with recycling, and not just plastics, with other packaging materials within the ecosystem. So those are 3 areas that we really worked on: investing in creating that ecosystem, investing in creating capacity, and we already invested anyway in having some research done and audit of the system to see where we are. So these are the areas of investment that we've already worked on as an alliance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victoria, for your answers. At this time, I want to go to Ime. Actually call her, Madam Off-Grid, because she has really been very active in the off-grid energy space, providing transaction advisory. So basically, I want to ask you around, from your experience and all that you have done in the off-grid space, over the years. What gaps have you identified in the area of the different structures, and how do you think PPP can help out in addressing some of those financial gaps in off-grid energy projects?
Thank you very much, Robo. I'm glad to be here today. Just like Robo mentioned, so from my experience as an energy advisor on a donor-funded project, which is I'm providing transaction advisory. We do this through the U.S. taxpayers' money, which is public funds. And, in doing this, we're trying to catalyze the private sector. The off-grid sector is really very critical in the power sector. What we have come to see is that this is a place where the investors and the customers need to be their confidence needs to be boosted for them to actually come into the sector. But we find that this is limited because for some reasons. We've talked a lot about financing, but I want to backtrack a bit to saying, yes, when these finances are provided, how do the end users, actually get this product? So we have to look at the things that limit this financing from the investors from actually financing into these projects. We look at one of the reasons is limited historical data around the off-grid sector, around the mini-grid development, around off-grid solutions. And you find out that because there's limited data around this, it becomes difficult for the investors to actually put their money there. We also look at the fact that we don't have too many pipelines of deals for the off-grid. There's not enough deals that the off-grid companies. It makes it difficult for the investor to actually go in because the transaction cost to make that investment is high, thereby making the economics of that investment not very viable for them. And these are really upcoming companies. We also look at the fact that the investment that is going in here is hard currency, and the revenues that we're getting from them is local currency, so you already have a currency mismatch there at that point. You also look at the fact that for these investors, there is a very high requirement in terms of collateral, and all of this, are just those gaps that it's making it a bit difficult for them to actually go into the space. But however, what we're talking about is how do we really make this sustainable? How do we make the fact that we now have the private and public sector partnership, where you have like multilaterals working with the government, like with the Rural Electrification Agency, and then saying, okay, how can we really crowd investors into this space? How can we make more investors interested to invest in this space? And then they come up with things like, the result-based financing that they do for the off-grid companies to be able to come in, for the investors to also say, okay, based on the grants that will be given, we can, yes, come and invest in these companies, come and invest in this project, and knowing that we will be able to recoup our money. Because in as much as, just like she mentioned, yes, we want to invest, yes, the financing is important, but then the return on that financing is also key for that investor.
Thank you very much, Ime. So at this time, we'll go to, Lafarge. Lafarge is a, huge multinational, very active in the Nigerian market. And I know you have this Joseco, you are a clean energy provider.
And from your experience, I'm just curious to know what kind of, gaps have you seen, finance gaps, and how do you think, PPA from your experience, PPP from your experience, can help?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Robo. Yeah, for us in the industry, when you're looking at clean tech, there needs to be some effort you put behind it. And when you look at the efforts, that's where you start looking at finance. And there are two sides of the finance: what you need to do yourself as an organization, and also what is the infrastructure to support the supply chain. So in my industry, being cement industry, it's one of the big polluters naturally in the world because of the raw material and also the energy needs. But most cement industry are mitigating this by moving the energy side to renewable energy. And when I talk about renewable energy, it's not just solar that we talk about everywhere today. We are converting waste, to energy. And that's what we are doing in our own industry. Looking at waste biomass, looking at municipal waste, looking at packaging waste from industry. And we have invested our own side. But then you then look at the supply chain. It's slowing down the whole process. Just look at cement industry in Nigeria today. Around 2005, maybe capacity is about 3-4 million. Today, cement capacity is over 50 million tons. Let all the cement players put about, say, 30% of their energy needs on waste. We will conveniently consume about 5 million tons of waste per annum. So when you look at that, and when I talk about waste, I'm not even looking at the recycling part. I'm looking at the non-recyclable. All this packaging waste we throw about everywhere can naturally be converted to energy needs. But then, as a nation, the infrastructure to support that is not available. So you discover that it's slowing down investment in that area because we are also not seeing a huge opportunity. Today we talk about power. We have some power stations in Nigeria that don't even have gas to supply it. And cement industry today is one of the biggest consumer of natural gas. So which means you can actually move cement industry away from natural gas and move them to waste. But then there needs to then be this public infrastructure that support waste management. All we do in waste management today is dumping. So the gap we see is that while the industry are ready to invest, the support to get the supply chain for the system to move is not working. So we are investing it on our own gradually, but then there's a limit where you can go. So that's why when you start looking at PPP, it means we need to look at other players, banks and other industry that can come in, bring funds, because you already have enough taker in the cement industry. So somebody else needs to do what? Produce this material, transport it to us, and then we'll be able to use. And this, I can tell you, we are doing successfully at the moment, and we are driving it. Currently we are looking at decarbonization of the whole cement sector, and that cannot happen without the public, I want to put it that way, doing their part, and without some other private investor also coming in. That's what we have seen.
Thank you very much for that. So I can see that's really impressive to know that you're really going out of your way to make a lot of investment in the value chain so that you can, tap into these opportunities. So just to come back, to Victoria, right? So I'm curious to know what recommendations do you have to building stronger partnership and addressing finance gaps in sustainability, right? So there's a gap. If I that gap. So, but what do you think in practical terms, right? Like we have, government, government. We have the government, agents with us here. So what do you think, can be done? What kind of incentives, do you think we can work with the public sector, with the government to bridge, to work to have a better partnership and address some of these gaps that, we see, obviously all around?
Thank you very much again, Robo. One of the key things that needs to be done is that there needs to be a stronger partnership between the government and the private sector. And we need to come around the same objectives, because where the government has an objective to raise funds, and we have an objective to deliver results, that we're working at counter purposes. We need to come together around the same table and have the same objectives of what is good for the environment, of what is going to sustain the business. So number one, a closer partnership and alignment of the objectives of each of the parties. That's number one. Number two, in practical terms, we need to look at areas where we can work together, where we can collaborate. GeoCycle is, we work with GeoCycles, and if it begins to tell you about the challenges that we have, we need to deliver the materials to them, and we have some setbacks that are created by the public sector, right? That we have to work around and have several meetings to resolve. But if we all were working towards the same, we're working towards zero waste to landfill. We should all have the same objective. That's one. Number two, now for the private sector to keep investing, there needs to be some form of incentives. I was talking to the ambassador and to his deputy earlier, and we're talking about how does the government support the private sector. We're not asking you maybe to give us some more funds, but what about some incentives? What about some tax credits? What about some other forms of credits that gives us the liquidity that we need to keep investing in this sector? That might begin to close the gap. And then thirdly, we need to continue the education of all the stakeholders along the value chain, those who are who provide the input, those who consume that input, and then at the end of the day, there has to be some return on investment for the investor to recoup his investment. I think that education along the value chain, and also creating the need where there's no need, creating the value chain end to end, until we have, for example, in the plastic sector, until we have bottle to bottle, we have not yet closed that value chain. It's a broken value chain. Until we have waste to power and close that value chain, we have not yet succeeded. So we need to close those value chains. When we've closed those value chains, I think that the investors will come by themselves, because they see the opportunity and the numbers will add up and they can recoup their investment, so the investment will come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victoria. So I will go to Madam Off-Grid now. So when you talk about sustainable investment, climate finance in Nigeria, the first thing that just pops out, right, is off-grid solar, right? So there'll be a lot of focus on off-grid solar. So I want to know, okay, so in practical terms now, what opportunities are there, as in finance opportunities, that I have, I want to do a solar project now, where can I get the money? So I want to see, tell us where the funding is for off-grid solar.
So, like I said initially, in terms of funding for off-grid solar, we're still trying to get commercial, domestic funding to be attractive for those investors, like the commercial banks. You will not have them ordinarily want to invest in this, because it's off-grid solar is long-term. It's long-term capital that you have to deploy. It's patient capital that has to be deployed there. And because sometimes they still do not understand the off-grid space, they are not very willing to finance such projects. That's why it's so important that we have concessionary financing, which we can find with these PPPs, such that we have the multilaterals that are coming and working with the government to say, okay, if you are able to finance this kind of investment, then we'll be able to give this result-based grants that can reduce the cost, that can reduce the risk also for them. But you see, in this, while we have that concessionary financing from the multilaterals, working with the governments in some of the projects that we've seen, like NEP and in the Solar Power Nigeria, we also have where we have also developed innovative models for these investors and financiers, such that when they invest this funding, they can get back their monies through a collateralized approach, which the off-grid companies will be able to repay. So we have what we call like the revenue pledge system, which allows them immediately access their cash flows for those projects that have been deployed in these different areas, whether they're in rural areas. But you see, more than that, I think that like she talked about. There needs to be an end-to-end. So yes, for the financing to be sustainable, then we must be sure that the end user who needs to get these solutions also has the financing to be able to get these solutions. So we have also begun to speak with commercial banks around what we call the institutional sales, such that employees, staffs can be encouraged to take up these solutions. Because if there is the end user who is getting the solution, having financing to get the solution, then the companies who are providing the solutions will also get the financiers who will be willing to finance these systems that they're selling. So it's an end-to-end process. So it's not just one from one side. It doesn't have a one-size-fits-all approach. So for the financing, for us to actually say, okay, where will we get this financing from? Yes, it's supposed to be from commercial banks. Yes, we'll get them from infrastructure companies. Yes, but at the same time, we also need to look at how will these funds be repaid? How will these monies come back? So in looking at all of that, in another term, they also have to build up a number of projects. So when the projects are very few, it makes the transaction cost very high. And at that point, it now does not make it viable. So there needs to be that aggregation of projects that needs to be done. Like when Monchine was talking, he talked about one that they had just deployed. It is because they were also able to aggregate a number of projects for that particular transaction. And so it was easy for them to be able to deploy it. So these are just some of the things that we think we need to look at when we talk about around financing. Yes, because without really catalyzing commercial financing for the off-grid space, it makes it really difficult for the sector to scale. So I strongly believe and think that the investors also need to look at that end, the end of it, which is the customer itself. How are we also financing the customers to pick up these systems? So that's by giving them maybe things like, the consumer financing, so that they can pick up these systems and thereby make it a sustainable system.
Thank you, Ime, for your contribution. So to just, support some of what you've just said, right? Like there were some numbers I quoted at the beginning, where we say, in 2019, 2020, we had like 1.9 billion, of climate finance coming into Nigeria, right? I will see that 77% of that, right, came from the public sector, while 23% came from the private sector. And that 77% that came from the public sector, like 55% came from the DFI community, right? So you can see a lot of work that's been done, like by the World Bank and by the donor community. That's really putting a lot of money, in that space, right? And you see also bilateral, DFIs, like local DFIs also getting very active there, where they are providing 20% of that funding. So the government is actually providing just like 19% of that, entire funding, right? Why for the 23% that's coming from the private sector, we have, private banks, banks maybe like 12%, and we have other, private investors like, 34%. So, what am I saying? What I'm saying here is that we really need to get the private sector to really get, more involved in providing funding for all of this. Yeah. Yes, it's good for the DFI and the donor community to do some of these investments. But again, over the long term, we need to have that environment that actually attracts, and retains this, private, investment. Okay. And of course, part of this collaboration and discussion is about how we engineer that and make that, sustainable. So I think I will have, my last question for, Lafarge, right? So we've talked a lot now around these opportunities, but from your experience, what opportunities do you see, right, in your space? So for example, there are like young entrepreneurs here, business, people here, right? In the geoseco space, what opportunities do you see there for investors, for young entrepreneurs to say, look, come and invest in this, my sector, and these are the kind of opportunities or returns you will get over, I don't know, before 5, 6, 10 years or whatever.
Thank you very much. Let me give an example. If I look at this year so far, I spent maybe close to 2 billion naira, to adjust about maybe 12% of my energy need from waste. and I'm going to about 50% for Lafarge alone. So which means at 50% in terms of turnover, I mean, I will have spent close to about 10, 12 billion naira, just on energy. Because if you look at cement industry, highly energy intensive. Now, if we invest in infrastructure outside to produce this, and then you take out the cement sector together, I think the waste management sector alone, just to supply energy need for cement industry, will be close to 80 to 90 billion per annum of cash that need to go out to do the business. So it means it's actually a business that can pay for itself. But then, how do we see it? You will get energy and you also solve waste problem at the same time. Today we all live with waste and it's become part of us. I go out of my house, I see waste in drainage, I see waste in front of my house. Nobody has spoken the last 2 weeks. I've been accustomed to it. Whereas we are putting things that can create a huge value, employment for everybody. So what I'm saying in essence is that if you look at it, it means the opportunity is there, but people are not seeing. And then the government that is putting the regulation, they are not sometimes going full scale to see the problem they are solving. Like Nestle said, I mean, we are fighting with government why waste should not go to landfill. You want to think that, are people really thinking? Government should fight industry to me, don't take your waste to the landfill, not the other way around. And we are fine, Nestle we are fine for doing the right thing. So which means even the regulator don't even understand what we're talking about. To me, that's what I'm saying. So which means we just need to move and find a solution to this. Now, we are talking about climate financing here as well. If industry is looking at how to combat climate change, then it means the regulation that drive it needs to be clear. So I think one of the things I want this forum to also address, you see, is capacity development of the public sector that are regulating. Because without that coming into shape, I tell you, we'll just be going around in circle. It's slowing down investment, that's the truth. I mean, some of the projects we are doing today, we should have completed it 5 years ago. But because you need to do it at slow speed to address it yourself gradually, I will not put such fund down to do a project and then I will not get anything. So that even if we are talking about private sector coming to it, I think the government side need to understand and then create that enablement, And, what I talk currently is cement industry, but I can tell you in the market, when we started around 2012, we are almost only the main company in the market looking from the angle of waste. I'm not talking of renewable generally, but converting waste to energy. Today, I'm seeing a lot of other companies who are running boiler, moving gradually to it. So which means it's going to be close to 200-300 billion business in the future. So which means people need to see this value, to see that it is worth investment. So it means the waste we continuously see in the dump site. If you put a value on it that can generate to the GDP, it's very, very high value. But you need to start from somewhere. Investors need to understand what it is for them to be able to move forward. And that's why we are willing, to showcase this to everybody. I mean, I think on Monday, Loma MD came to our factory. And when he saw it, it's like, is this thing happening here? We've been canvassing this since 2012. Nobody's listening. But when he saw it, he changed his mindset. And we are not inventing anywhere. These are technology already in place that can easily be deployed everywhere. So, but the industry, like I said, will invest on their own. The other side also needs to go on for it to happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the point I actually get from that, your contribution really, there's a lot of need for education, right? Because I can remember, like I'm in the energy space, but I have, there's this notion, right, that waste to energy is so difficult, is very difficult to do, right? And you see, investors were actually trying to avoid that space. So I think this, education, awareness, and engaging with investment, community so that they understand the opportunities there and see it for themselves, and sort of, you that you've been in that space for a while, to try to see how you can simplify that understanding so that it will be easier for newcomers, to come. So I think now the floor is open. If you have questions, from all the discussion we've had so far, either from the Lafarge, Nestle, or the solar energy off-grid, if you have questions around our discussion. Any questions? Feedback? Okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ahmed Alex Omar, President of the African Packaging Organization. I need to put my question across to Victoria and for MM. I know you're from the international community. What we're discussing here, has it really worked fine in the international community? If yes, why do we decide to reinvent the wheel? Why would they not follow the path where they have already followed that has been a success story? Because this conversation, it's like we're having it over and over and over again. If these are really viable projects, should we be looking for who to finance them? I mean, investors will jump at them. I mean, somebody's already building a hotel in space, and people are going there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ronke Akinlui. I work for the Bank of Industry. And I just really wanted to address the question he asked. I think what is clear is that there is an opportunity. That much is clear. And you asked a question as to why the issue with access to finance. We finance renewable energy at my bank, and the issue that we see a lot of the time is that the promoters do not have the kind of collateral that is required to access financing. And I think that is the real problem. So everyone sees the opportunity. People want to take advantage of the opportunity. But when it comes to the numbers, they're not able to support the lending that they would require. So I would say two things. The first thing that I want to say is a lot has been said about infrastructure. Perhaps we can look at shared services to lower the infrastructure costs. That's the first thing. The second thing, when it comes to unlocking access to finance, I will push it back to the private sector, Lafarge, for instance, and even the development partners that we have in the room to help unlock access to finance. I think Chinua said it when he was talking. So we are ready to provide the financing. We have the funds. But we need to be sure that there's some kind of security or collateral for our lending. And so we're not asking you to give us money to lend. We have that. We're just saying enable us to lend to as many people as possible. And so to Lafarge, a selfish way of solving the problem you have around supply will be to use some of the funds you have at your disposal to help the smaller players to galvanize their input so that you can use it. And for development partners, the other thing that I would say is, you have funds, as Chinua said, that are, tied up in different things. You can just pledge them to banks like BOI, and we can then provide lending to the people who need it. Thank you very much.
My name is Abimbola Olufore from UNIDO Investment Technology and Promotion Office, and thank you for your submission, Bank of Industry, but I beg to differ. We are looking to the conventional banks and banks of industry. Bank of Industry, you are the #1 development bank in Nigeria. We're looking to you guys to restructure how you provide funding to startups and businesses, because we're right back to where it's almost like when you look for collateral, imagine a 20-year-old young woman. She has nothing. She doesn't have a house to place as a collateral.
we have to restructure what we call collateral. It's time for the government and government agencies as BOI to take the walk with our businesses and our startups. You have to, the collateral is that future that they are trying to build, that solution that they are providing, that is in itself the collateral. The industrialization that they will be enabling is the collateral that you should be looking at, and not the conventional collateral for people that want to come and borrow money from you, because this is not conventional at all, and we need to change that narrative.
Thank you very much, Abimbola, for that feedback. And from our perspective, we actually have what I would say services or products for exactly what you described. At BOI, depending on how much you are borrowing, there are different types of collateral. So at the lower level, we've made it very simple for people to access finance. If you are going to get as much as 10 million naira in BOI, all you need is 2 external guarantors as collateral. So we are very aware of what you're saying, and we have solutions for it. But obviously, as the money gets higher, then we have to securitize our lending in an appropriate manner. But yes, if there's anybody in this room who wants to access 10 million naira and below, you can talk to us, and we'll talk about the financing arrangements. It's just 2 external guarantors. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think the questions, they've answered themselves, right? So I can see here, us trying to, like, you already close to some deals, with Bank of Industry and some of the entrepreneurs here. So really, so I think to bring this discussion to an end, right, is we know in Nigeria there are opportunities. We see the opportunities, every day. But again, there are challenges, there are macroeconomic challenges and all. But in spite of that, we are still, able to work together, working particularly, with the donor, community to see how we can get these opportunities going. Like in the space that I work in, right, trying to provide funding for, the C&I space. You see a lot of investors asking, I want to invest in Nigeria. I want to get, involved, what, can I do, right? So maybe out of 10 projects, at the end of the day, maybe you're able to do maybe 1, or 2 because of, issues around, structuring, around the foreign, the foreign exchange regime, and all that. But in spite of that, you still see a lot of investors coming to Nigeria and say, Nigeria is the market to be. So I think what we need to do basically is, at this early stage, you need to identify the top, right, the best opportunities. By the time you're able to get some of those opportunities done, then it cannot trickle down, to other players in the market. So it's a long journey. We started the journey. There are a lot of opportunities here and partnerships between the public and the private sector. We just need to try to keep working at it, and we'll get it right as we go along. More so once we get 1 or 2 opportunities done, then we'll basically show how it is how it can work. And again, one of the opportunities that we also see is around the area of blended finance, which is basically what the donor community is also trying to do, where you provide funding to basically catalyze private sector investment. So that's also helping to get some projects over the finish line. So thank you very much for listening. It's my pleasure to moderate this session. So I think this is the end of this session at this time, and I'll hand over back to the organizer. So I'm going to have a photo session.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Thomas Schneider. I'm the Consul General of Switzerland, and I would like to thank you very much for attending our 2 great panel discussions. I think we had a insightful, sorry, I'm messing up the photo. We had an insightful afternoon I hope you have some takeaways from those two panel discussions. And what's next for the Swiss Nigerian Innovation Forum? I mean, this is a format that we have created to highlight innovations, to highlight collaboration between our two countries in the tech field. In many other areas, it's possible, obviously, so we started with the clean tech, and it will continue eventually next year with another subject. We're working on that. Hopefully we can come back with other great events like this. And it's meant to stay as a series, and we count on you to follow us and hope to see you again at our next event. So just some housekeeping. So you have received, those who have received an invitation from us, we have a reception afterwards, and you need to, in order to access the landmark beach, you need this blue wristband. So those who have received an invitation and those who are on our list, please collect your wristband at our booth in the back with the Swiss flag there. Yeah, that's it. Landmark Beach, Lagos Beach Club. So you exit the building, turn right, just straight ahead, and then it is marked where you have to go to Landmark Beach. And then you enter, and you can only enter with this blue wristband. See you there. So we will start with the reception as soon as we finish here and as soon as we have all moved over there. Thank you very much. Have a lovely evening and see you around at the beach. And I hope it's not raining because it was really heavily raining before. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
mobility. Thank you.